Everyone, and welcome to the special meeting of the Santa Clara City Council and Stadium Authority. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Roll call, Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember, Board Member Watanabe. Here. Councilmember, Board Member Shahal.
Present.
Councilmember, Board Member Hardy.
Present.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Park.
So I'm here, but I don't know when we take up the item of,
It's
Councilmember,
just roll call.
okay.
Councilmember, Board Member Jane.
Here.
I'll let the record reflect that Councilmember, Board Member Becker will be absent this evening, and Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
I'm here, and may I please have a motion to
Motion to
excuse
excuse.
Councilmember
Second.
Yeah,
Becker?
motion to excuse Councilmember Becker.
Okay, and with a second by Councilmember Jane.
Jane. Yeah.
Okay, Are your iPads working? No? Okay.
No, sorry.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane, Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes,
Thank you.
and that passes a 6 with those present, 6-0. So we have 2 items in closed session. City Attorney?
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you. We are going to meet tonight in closed session on item number 1A, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. It's the arbitration case listed on the agenda here, 49ers versus Santa Clara Stadium Authority. There is no need to discuss, so we will not be going in on item 1B, just item 1A tonight.
It's item 1A. All right, thank you very much. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on the closed session items? If there isn't anyone in chambers, is there anyone online? City Clerk? All right, we will be adjourning to closed session. We'll be back here at 7 p.m. for the regular meeting. Thank you.
So Derek?
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Santa Clara City Council meeting. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so that we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs above all.
Thank you. Please be seated. City Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The AB 23 announcement. Members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. The Statement of Behavioral Standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as the presiding officer, the mayor and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude, and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. For those who may be with us this evening in the capacity as a registered lobbyist, we ask you to please identify yourself as such and disclose the clients and/or organizations that you represent. This is pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you.
Thank you. So good evening and welcome, everyone. For today's meeting, the council is back in person and is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person, and the city continues to use a Zoom feature to allow participation from the safety of your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link and/or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. Perfect timing. All right. So let's move on to the council agenda. Reports of action taken in closed session. City Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, getting back to December 15th and the closed session held there, now that a writ's been filed, it's appropriate for me to report out that the City Council declined to accept petitioner's demand to change the language for the Chief of Police position ballot measure. And they instructed, you instructed legal staff to defend the case, including the filing of any appeal if necessary. That's the report out for December 15th. For this evening, Madam Mayor, Council met on item 1A. There is no reportable action, and Council did not meet on item 1B. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And before we go on with the rest of the meeting, because of the number of public members that we have here in respect to everyone's time and the fact that you're here and online, we have two items. Item number 4, which is adopt a resolution in support of United Against Hate in the city of Santa Clara. And we have a 030 policy that was submitted by Vice Mayor Kevin Park, requesting to place an agenda item at a future council meeting to consider a resolution addressing the concerns brought by constituents at the December 12th, 2023 regular council meeting. So I was going to ask Vice Mayor Park if he'd like to talk a little bit about the specifics of his request and if he would consider combining that, his request, item number 5, with item number 4. Vice Mayor Park?
Yes, thank you. So I did confer with several members of the public. I talked to staff as well, and I'm going to ask if we could combine discussions for item 4 and my 030 request. I think the items are related. I think that the people that are going to talk on each of the issues would talk on both. That's my request.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that. So we're going to combine item number 5, City Clerk, with item number 4. So I believe that you already have request cards to speak on item number 5. If you would just combine them with 4 and 5 together so that we can take them, after we get through this business. Do you have any questions or comments on that?
No, that's duly noted. I'll combine the speakers that we've entered, and then will you be speaking to the time you are allotting?
It would be a minute because we want to make sure we get as many people, give as many people the ability to speak as we did last Tuesday. So, okay, very good. Councilmember Jane, your hand's up. I don't know if
It
it's.
wasn't on this. I wanted to pull an item from consent.
Okay, when we get there. Vice Mayor Park, your light's still on. Do you have something else? All right, very good. All right, so we're going to move on to the consent calendar. We only have one item. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I had a number of questions. I don't know if staff has a report that they want to present, or I can just start asking questions.
I guess this would be the time to do that. I don't see consent items pulled for discussion. So we're going to discuss this item, then it's item number 2. I'll read it. Authorize the city manager to execute side letter agreements between the City of Santa Clara and engineers of the City of Santa Clara, City of Santa Clara Employees Association, American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, Local 101, Unclassified Police Management Association, Unclassified Fire Management Employees, and Public Safety Non-Sworn Employees Association that provides pay at the double time rate for employees that are required to work at the Levi Stadium on December 25th, 2023, and approve the double time rate of pay for as-needed employees, excluding retired annuitants that are scheduled to work at the Levi Stadium on December 25th, 2023. It's a long item. That's the item. Councilmember Jane, you want to start, or Stadium Authority member, I guess, or is this council member? Council member, would you like to ask your questions?
Yeah, I see from the report that the cost of paying extra for people to work on Christmas Day is about $100,000. In the past, the 49ers paid this for holidays, and I wanted to understand why they're refusing to pay this time. And if they're not going to pay it, who's going to pay it? And where's that money going to come from? And is that going to affect the general fund? Is the money coming out of the general fund? And so I want to understand where the money comes from. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other questions from council members on this? Councilmember Watanabe.
Okay, yes, thank you, Mayor. Yes, I had similar questions, and I wanted to ask last year on Christmas Eve, there was an NFL game, and there were no issues at that time. So what's changed in the last year? Why is now this becoming an issue? And who paid for that? And again, I have the same concerns because in the past, I believe this is the first time there's an NFL event on Christmas Day, and which has more significance and impact on the public safety and the city staff that are now being mandated to work on Christmas Day. So want to know what the difference is and why there's now an issue. Thank you.
Okay, City Manager.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Gilmore, members of the City Council and the public. Javon Grogan, City Manager. I'll provide a brief overview of this item just because there is no staff presentation because it was on consent, and then I will address the questions. So as the City Council knows, and likely many members of the public, there will be an NFL game on December 25th, Christmas Day. The 49ers will host the Baltimore Ravens. The request before you is to provide additional compensation for city employees and city part-time staff to work that game. On a regular NFL game, our Unit 2 employees from the police department and the fire department receive double overtime. However, our other city employees and part-time staff do not receive that same compensation. Given that this game falls on a holiday, staff did reach out to the 49ers, consistent with what has been done in the past when there is a NFL game on a major holiday. I think most notable in 2017, there was a game on January 1st, so New Year's Day, as well as a NFL game on December 24th, Christmas Eve, and the 49ers agreed to temporarily increase the threshold and pay additional cost. That same request was made last year for the Christmas Eve game and was denied. The same request was also made this year. The challenge with this year is that voluntary employee signups have not been sufficient to fully provide the necessary staffing for that game. There is a slide on the screen, and we just want to be very clear that we provide our deployment in various priority categories, and so we are fully staffed for priorities 1, 2, and 3. Priority 1 is preventing or mitigating a terrorist incident. Priority 2 is securing the perimeter, and priority 3 is interior bowl staffing within the stadium. However, we do not have sufficient stadium for traffic ingress and egress and impacts to the neighborhood. In November of this year, we did make a request to the 49ers to increase compensation in order to provide an additional incentive to city full-time and part-time workers. Through a number of back and forth communications, that request was ultimately denied by the 49ers, and I think one of the council member questions was why. I think it would be best to read the reply that we received from the 49ers. It is essential to note that the city, I'm sorry, let me read the whole paragraph. Historically, our organization has, on occasion, reimbursed the city for certain public safety costs incurred during holiday events to allow for overtime pay. However, it is essential to note that the city has since mandated a policy of double pay for officers for every 49ers game. It is not a viable option to further increase costs to the 49ers beyond its already inflated point. And so that is the principal part of the rationale that was provided. And I think what that articulates is that the 49ers are concerned with the cost of public safety, and they are not agreeing to additional costs incurred for additional pay for the Christmas holiday game. However, staff is making a recommendation to the City Council to provide additional compensation for the employee groups noted, because we think that it is important and to ensure that we have essential staffing, as well as to provide additional compensations to our employees and part-time staff that will work the holiday game. There was another question, which is how will the funds be paid? It is important to note that while the city is compliant with Measure J, in that all public safety costs, including the ones for the upcoming game, will be billed to the 49ers. They will pay that full cost, but our agreements involve a reimbursement to the 49ers of anything above a negotiated threshold. And so if the City Council approves the additional cost estimated at $110,000, or if you don't, the full cost that we incur will be billed to the 49ers. They will, and we expect them to pay the full cost of that invoice. However, the Stadium Authority, as per the agreement, will need to reimburse a portion of that cost. As you know, that there's an ongoing dispute with regard to public safety costs with the 49ers, and so we have not paid those additional costs, and we are actively negotiating a resolution to those prior balances, as well as the balances that will be incurred for public safety costs over the threshold for the current year. Any costs or additional costs that is recommended through this item will be treated consistent with how any cost over the threshold is treated. It would be paid by the Stadium Authority, either net non-event revenue or the discretionary fund, but ultimately may reduce funds that may come to the city's general fund in the way of performance rent, or monies that would go through the waterfall account and right now end up in the demolition fund.
All right, thank you. We have a member of the public that would like to speak, Charlie Gray. Is Charlie here or online?
He may be downstairs, Mayor. We've
Oh, let's
sent word for him.
Let's give him a minute. I think he represents one of the employee unions.
Yes.
Right, correct. Councilmember Jane, you have another question while we're waiting to see if Charlie can work his way up?
Yeah, I just wanted a clarification. So,
Please come forward. Okay, we'll hold off with your question. Charlie, welcome.
Good evening, everybody. I'm here with ASME Unit 6, Public Works Department, Street Automotive Services, and I'm talking in behalf of our staff for this particular situation. As stated before, 3 years ago, we had this similar situation on Christmas or New Year's Eve, and it was a delay, but we showed up in full response, in good faith, and you guys compensated thereafter. And then we ran into another situation. This happens to be, because according to the success of the 49ers and the public safety that we're trying to consistently have at every game with our staff, we were just want you guys to understand that we're away from our families when we decide to take these events, especially on Christmas Day, and a lot of our employees commute from faraway places. I just believe that we should be able to be on the same page and be compensated as stated by the city manager for this particular event.
Thank you. Anyone else on the issue they'd like to speak? If you want to speak, you have to come up to the, yes, please come forward. Welcome.
Good evening.
Hi.
I didn't intend to speak on this item, but interestingly, ABC negotiation, ask for triple increase, you get the double increase. Thank you.
It's a good tip. Thank you. Anyone else? All right, Councilmember Jane, you had a question, comment, motion, something?
yeah, so I wanted to clarify. I fully support the idea of paying our employees the extra time for them to give up time with their families. But what I'm trying to understand is where the money is coming from. So I think you said that if there's an additional cost to an event, then the 49ers will pay it. But if it's above a threshold, we have to reimburse them. So that reimbursement, I think you said, comes from performance rent?
Net non-NFL event revenue, so positive revenue that the Stadium Authority attains by hosting concerts or any other non-NFL event, such as a soccer stadium, as well as the Levi Stadium hosts a number of private corporate events that provides revenue to the Stadium Authority.
Okay, so it comes from money that would normally go to the general fund and through non-NFL events like concerts and everything. So that's where it's coming from. Thank you. Make a motion to approve.
I'll second that.
All right, Councilmember Chahal, followed by Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. So, City Manager, I look at the staff note, and it says the funding to be budgeted in the existing department's overtime budgets. If the funding is coming from the stadium, why is we are mentioning that it is coming from the existing city staff budgets?
Great question, Councilmember Jahal. So the funds that pay our employee are initially paid from the city's budget. And so we pay that from our overtime budget. We then send an invoice to the 49ers to reimburse the city's general fund and our budget for that cost.
Basically, they're coming back. The department will be funded reverse back. Thank you. I just wanted to make a clarification because of the Measure J conditions on that. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Park, and then Councilmember Watanabe.
Okay, I don't heard Councilmember Watanabe first, but I have a question about that, which is, it sounds like we have an overtime budget. We charge that to 49ers. The 49ers reimburse that cost, and then we reimburse any costs above a certain threshold. So it sounds like we've got a lot of just money's going back and forth. That said, I hear the unit that's here, and I hear very much that you don't live in the area. Sometimes you're coming from very far away on a holiday. You're coming in to be at work, away from your families, and I 100% understand that problem. And I want to make sure that we are not treating we're not disrespecting you in any way, that if we are compensating people for their discomfort, that you get compensated as well. Thank you very much for showing up.
Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have three things. Number one, I know you weren't here, and neither of you were here last year, but I don't recall there being an issue last year that there was, that this cost was denied for the Christmas Eve game. So, and I'm not asking you to look into it now, but I would like some follow-up on that. Number two, there's been no performance rent, so the money's going to have to come from somewhere. And if they didn't deny this ask to begin with, if they didn't deny it, they would have to be paying it. We wouldn't be in this place. They're going to have to pay it anyway. So I don't understand why they're denying it if they're going to end up paying it. If we give them the bill, they're going to end up paying it. So why deny it to begin with? But I'm actually going to ask to make a substitute motion, and that the 49ers just pay this bill straight up, like I just said. You know, they shouldn't be denying it. They're going to end up paying it anyway. So I'm just going to ask for a substitute motion that they pay it now without having to go through this process.
I'll second it if you add, and it doesn't
And it doesn't affect the cap.
affect the cap. I'll second that.
Question to the mayor. Sorry, I was going to hit the button. Should the original motioner accept that, I do think that you would need to include the original staff recommendation, because what you are doing as a city council is providing me as the city manager to enter into side letter agreements with the labor groups in order to compensate them above what the existing MOU says. And so I would still need that authority to do that, even if there's an addition to that, which is to submit the entire bill to the 49ers.
Okay, I'm going to support this because our employees need to get paid. They should be paid double time. It's a holiday, and I remember back in, I think it was 2017, when Deanna Santana was the city manager, she negotiated the 49ers to pay for these costs for the football games during the holidays, that everybody got double time. So when I hear last year that after she was terminated, last year we had a interim city manager. I don't remember hearing about what happened during the double time. I don't think it was ever brought to our attention. And now this year, I think that we should go back to the negotiating table and say, no, it's only fair that all of our employees should have double time during these, especially Christmas Day or any holiday. It's fair, and I think we should look at putting these in all the MOUs as well, so we don't have to do this. But at the end of the day, I want to make sure our employees get paid the double time for working on this. But I'd like our city manager at least to go back to the negotiating table and negotiate like we've done in the past. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, it seems like the times that the 49ers paid this cost, they actually voluntarily agreed to increase the threshold. Here they're denying to increase the threshold, which is in our contract with the 49ers. So in the past, it was a voluntary payment for them. Now they're holding to the contract. So do we have any leverage or any authority to force them to increase that threshold?
I think that's all in the negotiations. It's all in the negotiations, and I say go back and negotiate a little harder. because the public shouldn't have to pay for this, because at the end of the day, 49ers will reimburse the city, but then they'll come back to our pot of money that we should be getting from non-NFL concert events. It's supposed to go to our general fund, and we will end up reimbursing them for the cost. So in essence, the public's paying for our employees to be getting double time at the football game. That's wrong. That's just wrong. So I say go back, negotiate a little harder, but at the end of the day, I want to make sure they're paid no matter what. So that's the substitute motion. So do we vote on the substitute motion first?
Madam Mayor, if I might suggest, because it's really more of an amendment to the original motion. I think you're approving, right, the side letter agreements to make sure folks get paid, but you're also directing staff to make further demand of the 49ers
Right.
to increase the threshold. So if I don't know that we need to do a substitute so much as that might be a friendly amendment to the maker of the motion, and I was
Either-
hearing they're amenable.
They can either increase the threshold or it doesn't count towards the threshold,
Right.
either way.
Right, however you want to do that. So I guess I'm looking at makers of motion and second to see if they'd incorporate that to avoid going through the substitute.
Who made the motion? Was it you?
I made the motion, and I'm willing to accept that we are directing staff to go negotiate with the 49ers to increase the threshold.
I'll
It doesn't
concur.
affect the cap.
Yeah, well, that wouldn't affect the cap.
Right.
Okay, was that you, Karen, a second?
Yes.
Are you okay with that?
Yes,
All
I
right.
said I concurred.
All right, motion second, okay with that? City manager, do you have anything else you want to say?
Absolutely, totally understand. Just want to clarify that it's specifically with regard to December 25th. As council knows, we are discussing other issues with regard to public safety costs and the threshold on a long-term basis through another process.
This is only on the agenda, December 25th. That's what we're talking about. Thank you. City clerk, when you're ready. We have to do a voice roll call so everyone knows, because we have a council member missing and for some reason we can't vote electronically.
They're working.
Oh, can we?
They're working. Yeah.
Oh, register your vote. Yay, we've advanced. See, some aren't working. Can you just do a roll call vote, please?
Yes.
Well, can do a roll call vote.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry. And that passes with those present. Thank you. Thank you, staff. Good luck. Next, we have public hearing, general business. Our reason for this meeting tonight. Public hearing, action on the zoning code update, including adoption of an addendum to the city's general plan EIR for the zoning code update, adoption of a resolution for general plan text amendments relating to the zoning code update, including the removal of manufacturing limitations and the low and high-intensity office R&D general plan designations, allowing medical uses in the high-intensity office R&D designation, and clarifying the definition of floor area ratio, and waive first reading and introduce an ordinance amending Title 18 of the Santa Clara City Code, including changes recommended by the Planning Commission. And this is a public hearing. City Manager.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Gilmore, members of the council, and members of the public. We are excited to bring this item before you. It really caps a three-year effort. Before Director Andrew Crabtree begins his presentation, I will say that tonight's public hearing marks a significant milestone for the city. The City Council is being asked to consider a comprehensive update to the city's zoning code since it was last adopted in 1969. The zoning code is the city's ordinance that establishes allowed land use and standards for new construction on properties throughout the city. While the zoning code has been amended about 50 times since 1969, the comprehensive update is important as it significantly restructures the code to improve readability, comprehensiveness, and adds new zoning districts to align to the city's general plan, and addresses important issues including changes in state law, permit streamlining for community-oriented activities, and new regulations for short-term rentals. The City Council has had an opportunity to review these changes at several study sessions and there have been multiple opportunities for community participation that have taken place over the last 6 years. Throughout these, the council and community members have provided significant input on the content of the code update. If the City Council adopts the update tonight, it will become effective in early 2024. Following it will become effective. Before it becomes effective, staff plans to bring an adoption of the new zoning code map forward for City Council consideration. And also, the zoning code will continue to be an active document as staff will continue to bring forward other zoning code amendments periodically. As we know, these are living and breathing documents. Before Andrew begins, I would also like to take a moment to thank Xander Abe, our Assistant City Attorney, who has worked tirelessly on this project alongside the Community Development Department. I will now turn the presentation over to Andrew Crabtree, the Director of Community Development.
Welcome, Director Crabtree.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. It's only taken me about 7 years to get to this point tonight, so I'm glad I've made it.
And it's a special night, which we'll talk about later, but yes.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll look forward to that. So as the city manager has just explained, we're here tonight to talk about a comprehensive zoning code update. The presentation has 11 points. I probably could have had more, but I couldn't fit them on the slides, so 11 it will be. And first, we're going to look a little bit at the purpose, give some information on the background, why we're doing this update, summarize our outreach efforts. And then from there, we'll dive into some aspects of the new zoning code. And that includes looking at how we've improved the organization and format of it, items in the zoning code that implement the city's general plan that was updated in 2010, some items that are streamlining. Those are always things that are important to look at where there are opportunities to provide for more efficient regulation if needed, or to reduce regulations that aren't needed. We also have a number of items where we're actually addressing uses and activities that weren't addressed previously, so we're adding some regulations as well, and I'll go through some of those. And we'll talk about changes that are being addressed to reflect state law changes that require us to reflect them in our local ordinance, as well as direction we've been receiving from the state through the city's housing element update process. I'll talk about some general plan amendments that we're proposing as part of this effort tonight. And then we'll really talk about kind of the process going forward, which includes an adoption of the zoning map, which will come later, and other next steps. And then, of course, we'll have our recommendation. So first, goals of the zoning code update. We recognize that land uses change, new uses evolve, and the code needs to address those things. So this is kind of looking at the whole document and finding places where it needs to be updated to just address changes in the way the world operates, values of the community that have changed as well. We looked a lot at how to make the document more readable, user-friendly, relevant to the activities that are actually going on in the city. And then, as mentioned, there are a number of things that were done to bring the zoning code fully into alignment with the general plan, notably adding zoning districts that match all of our general plan land use designations, and then changes that were made to conform to state law. So these are really things that are necessary to do. When you do individual amendments, really those are very focused on particular items, and they kind of insert some text at one place into the general plan. This was an effort where we looked comprehensively at the whole document and made sure the end result is a cohesive, consistent zoning code. A little bit of a discussion about what the zoning code is. There are really two main planning tools that the city relies upon. The first is the general plan. If you will, that's kind of like the constitution for land use policies. It's a high-level policy document, and ultimately everything else we do, we look for it to be consistent with that general plan. The general plan has the long-term land use vision, so what we see for the next 20 or so years to be the land uses, where we'll have residential, commercial, and so forth. It also speaks to the different services the city delivers, the parks, the police, et cetera, and what levels of service we want to see in those. The zoning code is an implementation tool, and it is an ordinance. So it's much more kind of rigid in a sense. It specifies a lot of things through like numerical standards, like what number of feet you have to have as a front setback that's landscaped and so forth. So it has very specific limitations for height, setback, and parking, and other uses. There's you'll see there are tables that enumerate which uses are allowed in which parts of the city, and it gets into a fair amount of detail in defining what those are. The City Council has specifically been asked to provide input throughout this process. We started in 2017 with our scope for the update, and I want to give some recognition here to our consultant team from Minter Harnish. They are really known for their expertise in zoning codes in the state of California, so we were fortunate to have them work with us, and I think they bring a lot of knowledge to the process in terms of best practices. We had a study session early with the City Council in 2018, and then we checked in throughout the process, a couple times in 2019, and then most recently in 2023. And there's a bit of a gap there because a lot of that time was taken up with completing the environmental review and also sort of updating for the latest round of changes from the state to make sure that they were all addressed in the code. We've had outreach throughout the 6 years that we've been doing this. And some of that outreach has been very high level, where we've made the entire zoning code document available. We've just gone out to the public or the Planning Commission or different organizations and asked, what do you want to see in the code? What are the issues that need to be addressed? And some have been very focused, where we've dove in with community groups on very specific issues to make sure that they're well addressed. We had the document we had a survey in 2019 that had 500 responses. I want to highlight that. So that's a significant amount of input for this kind of technical policy document, to get the community interested enough and engaged enough to get that kind of participation is a good thing. Then we had the entire code posted, and we received 90 comments from 40 individuals that went into the document and wrote in the document in a way that staff could then see the input very directly and address it through this process. And as you can see, we've gone out to various other community groups and made sure that we've heard from a variety of different stakeholders and voices in the community. So now, shifting a little bit to talk about the things that are in the new code. The first I want to talk about is the formatting, and this is a significant change. First, you see in this example, there are pictures, which you did not have in our code before, and tables. They may seem like fairly straightforward things, but actually when you talk about ordinances, they can be a little tricky to pull off because they are, in a sense, codified as the city's code law. So we have to make sure that they're very clear and that we can implement them effectively. In putting tables together like this and in reorganizing the chapters, we grouped uses together so you can see them in one table. So in the current code, there's a separate chapter for each industrial zoning district, each residential zoning district, et cetera. Here they're kind of grouped together. So in one table you can see all the different industrial districts as shown on this slide and understand how they relate to each other, which ones allow which uses, what the height or setback standards are for each and so forth. So all that is meant to make it much easier to use. So the second big change to really highlight here is that we've added new zoning districts. So in 2010, when the city updated the general plan last time comprehensively, there were new land use designations that were established throughout the city, including some new office and industrial designations in particular, as well as mixed use. And our zoning code never really reflected that. That's part of the reason why you've seen a number of planned development zonings come forward, because when the general plan called for mixed use, initially that was the only way to implement it. We've added within specific plans some mixed use zoning districts, and we are adding more with this zoning code update as well. So having these new zoning districts will allow us to have a zoning code that directly correlates to our general plan, which helps with implementation, and it also has become, in the last few years, a requirement of state law. Charter cities like Santa Clara used to be exempted from that requirement. The state has taken that away in terms of exemption, so we actually have to do this now. An important component of the update is that it really is intended to reduce the use of planned development zonings, not just by taking away the need for them, but by also putting in some restrictions. And I just want to make sure there's awareness of that generally speaking, there's a limitation that planned development zonings will only be used for large developments of 25 acres or more. I want to emphasize that point, just that that's not a surprise, that's a change in practice. But in looking at our code, there really isn't a reason, a rationale for smaller PD zonings on the individual properties when we have zoning districts that implement the general plan. I understand that there may be cases, particularly on larger sort of master plan developments, where it could be appropriate, where there are special circumstances or unique land uses in play. We do also have provisions that would allow amendments to our existing plan development zonings, and so I just want to mention that. Streamlining, in particular, we are doing a couple things. We created some new permit processes that can be done at a lower level, whether it be administrative or minor use permit, without necessarily needing to involve the city council. I'm sure you've all enjoyed having authority over pumpkin patches and Christmas tree lots for the last several years. No, maybe not so much. So we have finally gotten to the point where we'll be moving those down to an administrative staff level. And that's a good example of things that are really routine. The permit conditions are the same every time. We've just codified all that, and we can just take care of it without it being needed to add to the council agenda. Similarly, we're looking at some live entertainment in certain areas where it's, again, not controversial. And the permit requirements that we have today can be a barrier to something that generally the community wants to see more of. So this is an opportunity to reduce the regulatory barriers to seeing that kind of placemaking in action. So we're allowing more incidental live entertainment by right in restaurants, a common practice nowadays, and just something we need to update our code. And then we also are allowing more outdoor seating. Another area where we're doing some streamlining, you could say, is around parking regulations. And the primary intent here is to help us when a building has a retail tenant that goes out and the building becomes vacant, to make it easier to re-tenant that space. And so there's some allowance now that if a new tenant comes along that's interested in occupying a space that's become vacant, that would have a higher parking requirement than what was there, we can, to a degree of about 50%, allow that to go in without adding more parking. And so this is a way to help fill up some of the retail space that's become vacant. You might otherwise be prolonged vacancy. And again, kind of a best practice that you're seeing increasingly in the community around us. This is an issue that's come up through just community bringing it to our attention that it's a concern that when we have these larger construction projects that are ongoing for some period of time, it can take 2 or 3 years to build some of these buildings, that there needs to be provision for the construction workers to have a place to park. So the code does require that there be some kind of temporary, for the duration of construction, parking provided based on the size of the project. So it scales residential 1 space per 4 units. So the size of the project determines how many spaces are provided, similarly for non-residential based on square footage. Another issue we've experienced over the years is around the height of data centers. And we recognize that data centers have been getting taller. It's a function of real estate economics, that the land values are such that it's economical for a data center to be taller than it was anticipated in the past by our zoning code. So we're making provisions for that. Really, current code, it would be possible to go up to 70 feet. In the new code, it goes up to 90. And so we just found that that's something that we think can be accounted for through the code. This issue has been one of real interest to the community, and I know a number of community members are eager to see it adopted into the code. And that's to establish a standard for single family and duplexes that they have a minimum of 25% of the total floor area dedicated to common uses. Common uses would include things like dining rooms, living rooms, kitchens, et cetera. And so, we looked at sort of what is a typical residence, things that we have been permitted, and by, and all the sort of normal house expansions, additions, new home constructions easily meet this criteria. Where there's a concern is when, there have been attempts to take a house and really convert the whole thing into bedrooms and with maybe a token amount of open space left over. And it's really not functioning as a sort of physically as a single-family residence would normally look in that case. So this is a standard that's being proposed as part of this code update. Another thing that's come up through our application of the current code is that you can't add covered porches like the type you see in this picture under our current code. There's a height limit on porches of 3 feet, and so that stops, you could put the lower part, but you can't have the roof. This is really a traditional architectural form that's in many cases considered desirable and not an impact in any negative way upon the community. So we're allowing in the code porches to have roofs with some restrictions in terms of like how far, how big. As you can see here, limited to 6 feet into the front, still have to stay 3 feet away from a side yard and so forth, but this would be a greater allowance for this type of architectural detail. And then there's been a lot of work done in the code about accessory dwelling units or ADUs. Through state law, we've adopted multiple code changes to reflect what state law requires that we allow. In this case, we're proposing some additional things beyond that, really to allow this kind of, one part is to allow what you see here in this picture, which is sort of a 2-story ADU, if you will. The roof form comes down, so it's kind of, we call it 1.5 stories. That's how it's defined in the code. So we are allowing these detached ADUs to be this 1.5-story form. And then we have some detail around when you can go up to 1,200 square feet versus 1,000 square feet in terms of the ADU size relative to the lot size. Another issue that has come up fairly commonly is the desire to do an addition on a house that has a non-conforming setback and to be able to match that. So if you have an older house that may not have the 5-foot side yard, it has something less than that, you want to do an addition on the back, under our current code, technically you have to pull that addition away the 5 feet. You can't match the existing condition. We would propose to allow the match up to 3 foot with a minimum, 3-foot minimum side yard. And then as mentioned, short-term rentals was a big interest of the community. Our current code doesn't say anything about them. So after spending some time working with the community, we came up with these standards that would be adopted with the code tonight. And there are really 2 different kinds of situations we're looking at here. One is what we call hosted, where someone lives in the home on a permanent basis and is renting out a room or 2 in their house. So that's one thing and that's allowed generally throughout the year. But the other situation is where the entire house is being rented out. And in this case, there would be a limitation of a maximum cumulative of 90 days per year that someone could do that. So you may have a situation where someone's away for the summer and they want to rent out their house for that period of time. They could do that for up to 90 days. But you can't really just have someone purchasing a house to use it purely as a short-term rental property. And just to be clear, short-term rentals we're speaking to rentals of less than 30 days. So if someone's renting a home on an ongoing basis, this doesn't apply. It's really for those, typically 1 or 2 night, but up to anything less than 30 night rentals. I would note too that this particular provision is proposed would not be effective until 9 months after adoption of the code. And that delay is to give the city some time to bring, if the council adopts the code tonight, to bring in a consultant that would help us with monitoring and actually implementing this code requirement. I'm going to summarize some of the changes that we have in this code resulting from state law. We are recognizing that residential developments are allowed in commercial areas. We have, as mentioned, some relaxations of historically what were the standards for accessory dwelling units. We have updated our requirements around what density bonuses allow. We are allowing emergency shelters in more zoning districts and closer to transit. Again, that's something very specifically the state told us we needed to do through our housing element as well. We are addressing a prohibition on requiring public hearings for projects that only involve interior reconfigurations of bedroom count. So this is, again, part of the state's mandated streamlining of certain types of projects. And then we are also recognizing the state's prohibition on us requiring parking within half mile of a major transit stop and for any affordable housing project. So our code will align with state law so that there's not a contradiction or a confusion between those. If we did have text in our code that didn't match with state law prevails. And so by not having it match, it's just confusing to the public. They might read it and think we're saying one thing when in fact state law says something different. So that's why it's important to sort of match our text with what state law says so that it's just very clear for everybody what the actual requirements are. And then, as mentioned, through the housing element process, we've had several rounds of feedback from the state, and they've specifically directed us to do a number of things, to commit to do a number of things through the housing element. And some of those directly speak to what's in the zoning code. So we're making changes around where single-room occupancy buildings are allowed, supportive housing, low barrier navigation centers being permitted in certain zoning districts. So typically the direction that will come from the state is that this use, which our code may have been silent on in the past, must be permitted in some zoning districts in your city. And so then we'll make sure it is in the code. And then also just want to highlight overnight shelters have to be permitted by right in some district. We're having them proposed to be permitted by right in the public, quasi-public zoning district in the city. So as part of this effort, we also recognize the need for some general plan text amendments. And so I'll just highlight those quickly. And these are really to support continued economic development. And I'll say that a lot of this comes up when we're working with commercial developers, and they're bringing forward a potential new use for the city, and we recognize that between what the zoning code says and the general plan says, it doesn't really work anywhere. We don't have a place that can accommodate it. So we wanted to address that. We want to remove some limitations on manufacturing in some of these office R&D general plan designations. And this is kind of a recognition of the way industry is always changing. And where maybe some of these things, you used to have your R&D in one place and you're manufacturing somewhere else. A lot of times now it's happening in the same place. And I've seen that. It's surprising. You drive by what looks like an office building, you go inside, and they're manufacturing things. And it's a good thing. So we want to support that. And so we're doing some general plan text amendments we're proposing tonight that would help us to do that. Medical facilities is another example where our general plan kind of unnecessarily segregates different types of activities. We're addressing that. And then we're just providing some clarification around how we calculate floor area ratio, FAR, which is the density, the relationship of the building square footage to the lot square footage as a measure of sort of density, to make sure that we're not, just to make it very clear that we don't count basements and below grade parking when we do those calculations. So now shifting to talk a little bit about the process. We really have 2 steps to complete this big effort. The first is tonight is the zoning code text adoption. And in looking through the complexities of our code and how it works, we realized we really had to do this in 2 steps. And so then the second step would be in the spring of next year, and that would be to adopt the new zoning map citywide, kind of at a high level. So things that happen tonight, just to highlight some of them that we've talked about, new processes such as the minor use permits, the streamlined outdoor seating, parking requirement changes, some of those things would be effective with the adoption of the zoning code tonight, once it's effective, which will be in early 2024. The map adoption would then come later, and there's some other provisions when we get to there we'll talk about for sure, but state law, again, comes into play in determining how we can change the zoning or not on a lot of residential properties. So, as I just alluded to, state law now requires zoning and general plan to match for charter cities, so that's part of the goal for doing that. Map adoption later this year, but we also have to recognize that we can't lower the density on any residential uses through that process. So if we have instances where our zoning is a higher density than our general plan, we have to change the general plan. We can't downzone to match the general plan under state law. So we'll be looking to do that and working through that process in the spring. And so that's something you can look forward to in the next coming months. So with that, we're getting to the recommendations. The Planning Commission held their hearing, and they did make some recommended changes, which staff has supported and incorporated into the zoning code for your consideration tonight. There's some clarification they requested around the definition of data center and the term data warehouses. So that's been added into the code. There were some added details around what are ancillary uses with respect to data centers and the sort of the need that they often have for electrical generation on site. We changed the standalone data centers requirement from a permitted use to a conditional use. So that's a significant change. Data centers were permitted use in a lot of our zoning districts, and they would go through a director's level development review hearing process rather than automatically going to the Planning Commission. With this change, they would go to the Planning Commission. There was an addition to prohibit the use of accessory dwelling units as short-term rentals. And then there's a new section that was added around electric perimeter security fencing. And we've had some of our property owners in industrial areas approach us and say, you know, this is a concern. They would like to have the ability to have electric fences. So at the direction of the Planning Commission, staff did a little investigation around this, found some other jurisdictions where that's addressed and how it's allowed. There are certain performance standards that are placed into the code to make sure it's done in a generally safe way. And so those have been added in to the ordinance tonight. So staff is recommending that you take action tonight to basically adopt the zoning code update, and that includes first adopting an addendum to the city's general plan environmental impact report, or EIR, for the zoning code update to satisfy the requirements of the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA. A second, to adopt a resolution for the general plan text amendments that we discussed. And then third, to waive the first reading and introduce the ordinance amending Title 18 of the Municipal Code, which is the zoning code, to include the changes as recommended with the Planning Commission, changes incorporated into that. And so with that, staff is available to answer any questions that you may have.
Wow, thank you, Director Crabtree. This is quite an effort by you, your staff, City Attorney's Office, and so many that contributed to this over the years. Are we going to get a new map on the wall when this is approved?
Well, that's the general plan map, yes.
Yeah, I know,
and
but
that
you
says
said
November
it's going to be
2022.
updated
So
with
yeah, we'll work on that.
new zoning districts. All right, we'll start with our council questions. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I had some very specific questions. On page 31 of the EIR, it's talking about air quality concerns, and they're significant but unavoidable. As I read through that, it wasn't really clear to me if they were talking about, because vehicle miles traveled was referenced, but it wasn't really clear. And then it talked about dust from construction, so I wasn't clear if that unavoidable concern was for cumulative over air quality or just talking about a construction time. I read it several times. I'm still not real clear on that. The ADU, I wasn't really also completely clear if an owner lives on site, because we know this has been the problem. If an owner does not live on site, are there still restrictions on that 90-day? Because that's really where we've had our problems, and we know that when the owner does not live on the site. And I want it, even if the ADU is on site but separate from the main dwelling, if there was a delineation there. On the electric fences, several times staff's concern came up on aesthetics. So I looked and looked to see if there were any maps or pictures or anything that would be talking about those aesthetics. But it sounds like staff has now accepted the Planning Commission's recommendations. So I wanted to be really clear on that. And when we talked about the data centers or data warehouses, it was whether it was over 20%. And I think that was over floor 20% of the total floor plan, and or up to a certain amount of load. And I wanted to know how those requirements that you were talking about, how that made a difference depending on where that hit. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Jane?
I've been probably working on this for about 7 years to get the live entertainment. I'm really pleased that that's added to this because I think we do want to get the placemaking, just make it easier for to get the live entertainment permits and the alcohol permits. I do have a question about for ADUs. You allow 2 stories for the attached and 1.5 stories for a detached. Typically what we do is we try to minimize the massing of a building. So when you add the 2nd story for an addition, it can't cover the whole area. It has to be 65% of the area of the 1st floor. Do you have any kind of setbacks? Because now you're allowing ADUs to go right on the property line. And so now if you're going to add a 2nd-story ADU that goes straight up, you have more privacy concerns and things. So is there a setback requirement for the 2nd story that's greater than the 1st story? Then I know this may not be addressed by this, but one of the problems I have is that the general plan limits 1,800 housing units in the station area, the 240 acres of station area. And Hunter Storm, when they built, they used up about 1,600 of that, so leaving almost nothing for more housing development. And will that, I guess, I know we're doing a station area specific plan, that would address some of that, but does the zoning code update when you update some of the zoning for these areas within the station area plan? Does that allow for more units? And then I had the same concern about, if you have an ADU and the owner lives in the main house, one of the problems with ADUs is people have these parties in the short-term rentals. But if the owner is living in the main house, you're not going to have those parties and all of the disruption to the neighborhood. So it seems to me that if the owner is living in the main house, that you should be able to allow short-term rentals in the ADUs. Then I do have a concern about the data centers. I know the Planning Commission recommended that we have conditional use permits for data centers. And I've been harping on this for a while. The data centers are pretty ugly. And so will the Planning Commission have any discretion over the aesthetics? I think Councilmember Hardy mentioned that too. But then if the Planning Commission denies a conditional use permit, then that's appealable to the council? I just wanted to double check that. And then finally, I don't think I saw anything for bird-safe design and for dark sky initiatives. So those are my questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director. Thanks for the presentation. I'm glad we are revamping our zoning code since 1969. That's good. Couple of questions, like we mentioned that there will not be any PD zoning for less than 25 acres. So what happens if we have to give some, for a smaller properties, will the variance be only way? Or what can be the other way around? A question regarding the objective design standards. I know we have been talking about that for particular precise plans, but are we trying to incorporate objective design standard in a regular zoning code so that we face some issues with privacy or shadow, other stuff during the single family? So what are we doing on that? I'm very happy that you have a new construction parking policy. Part of my district was really suffering because of that. I'm glad you are making that. But the question on that is, if the parking is not available on the site of construction, it goes off-site, are we going to mandate a shuttle service for that? Like, what would be the incentives for people to park over there, and then instead of walking, they can have a shuttle to that? So that's my next question is zoning map. In 2024, we'll be approving that zoning map, basically. And you did mention that the general plan map has also to be amended accordingly because of if we change the density, we have, as per the state law, we have to amend the general plan map also. Are we bringing that at the same time, or what's the status of that? Quick question on electric fencing. What would be our safety standards and signage standards so that people are aware that these are electric fences, avoid touching, or what would be the standard we'll follow, and how we will decimate to the community that, hey, this is a new thing in the community, you have to be careful touching such electric fences. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Director Crabtree, for this presentation. It's hard to believe I was on the council when it started, and I'm glad to say I'm still here when we're going to vote on it tonight. It's very comprehensive, and I can definitely see that a lot of work has gone into it, and a lot of outreach to make sure that everybody's voice is heard in this. I like the streamlining process regarding the Christmas tree and the pumpkin patch lots, and I just hope we don't run out of locations for them, because I know that they are popular. I had the same comments about the construction parking regulations. This is great because it has become an issue at times, and so it's good that we're putting a process in place going forward, especially as the city continues, to develop in certain areas of the city. Regarding the short-term rentals, I was wondering how that would be enforced going forward. And I appreciate the removal of the manufacturing limitations to support continued economic growth. I think, the city has a lot of opportunity to grow in a lot of different areas that we may not have considered before. So this is a great opportunity for more economic development. And then, silly question, I don't know what the difference is between a data center and a data warehouse. I probably could have looked it up while I was sitting here, but I figured I'd just ask you instead, because maybe others have the same question. So that's all I have. Thank you.
I don't see any other council questions. Do you need some time, Director Crabtree? Oh, you didn't have your hand up. Now you do. All right, Vice Mayor Park.
Yes, thank you very much for the presentation. I also have questions. I love the questions that I heard here, but zoning map and general plan maps, I understand that we're putting new maps in place, but at what point do we try to resolve those maps with reality, with what's actually built? I mean, we have a lot of PD zones, and I think the PD zone projects would have to get remapped to something that exists in our zoning. I don't think we'd keep that PD. I like that the plan developments, the minimum project size is 25 acres. I also feel that anytime we do bring those up, we need to map those PD zones to something because, and we should make sure that if council approves a PD project, plan development project, that the plan development project specifications are updated to what was actually approved. I mean, I've seen plan development projects say that there's a X number of units. The plan that was approved has Y units, which is different from X, and then sometime later, because the approved project had more units than what was actually, we approved the plan, we didn't approve the number of units, they just changed the number of units without telling the residents because it was approved at the higher number. Short-term rentals, I like the fact that we have starting to look at short-term rentals. I know that other cities are looking at permits so that we know exactly how many short-term rentals there are. We actually, and we can't have too many short-term rentals because we have a limited number of permits that we give out that people can pay for, so we know exactly, or we should have an idea of exactly how many short-term rentals there are. I like the fact that we're thinking about how they contribute. The short-term rentals contribute to the transit occupancy tax because I think that that's another way to track it. And this is another reason why we need to have controls, track it really well. We just went to a grand opening of the Silicon Valley Hopper, which is a shuttle service. Councilmember Chahal was really instrumental in working with Cupertino to get that set up, to get that into Santa Clara. It not only addresses the first and last mile concerns, not just reduction in car ownership, not just reduction in single person trips, but it also resolves some of the parking requirements that are there. And I think that that's something that people don't think about, which is if you don't have to drive, if people can drop you off, you don't need parking there. Want to know how you regulate manufacturing in low and high intensity office and other general plan designations. I mean, if you allow it, that's fine, but I think that there would still be regulations in place. I just want to know what regulations there would be. I'm also concerned, I mean, we can't lower density under state law. And one of the problems that we've had, because, I mean, I was part of the general plan steering committee way back in 2009, 2010, and I know how the general plan was set up. In fact, inside the conference room back there, we see all three phases of the general plan. And by not changing the zoning, a lot of the projects that have come in have become inconsistent. They've actually changed what our plan for the city was. And by adding housing or changing the use without addressing the other resource requirements specified in the general plan, we've actually damaged the integrity of that plan. We've blurred the vision that we once had for the city because we've changed the way that things are. Like we've got one of the biggest things, I can see it from here. It's so big, like Santa Clara Town Center, which has no housing, lots of parking, single-story retail. But it's one of those things that I look at and I think, well, what could we have done there if we had just followed the plan? That's it right now. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Director, we recently did downtown precise plan approval and we used the form-based coding. Do you think there's a room for adding something related to form-based code in our zoning code? Thank you.
Director Crabtree, would you like some time to?
I'm definitely going to need a little bit of time on a couple of
About
these.
200 questions there.
So,
how much time do you need?
to go look at page 31 of the EIR.
Okay. We only have, so far I have one public member that wants to speak, and I can do that. Maybe we can take a 5 or 10 minute break so that you can get back with those questions. It is a public hearing, so I'm going to go to the public. Why don't you, converse with your staff and we'll give you enough time. We have Keith. I don't know if Keith's here in person or online. Keith, please come forward. And if anyone else would like to speak on this issue, they can queue up behind Keith. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Mayor Gilmore, Vice Mayor Park, members of the City Council. My name is Keith Kaneko, and I represent Amarok. I first want to just start by saying I certainly support this code update and want to express my appreciation to Director Crabtree and his staff, specifically John Davidson, a planner, who was very instrumental in this and working together. Also want to give credit to City Attorney Zander as well for his diligent review and work on this. It was thoroughly discussed. I'm here basically to answer any particular questions. There was a few questions regarding the monitor perimeter security fence systems. Councilmember Hardy, you asked about the aesthetics. That was thoroughly reviewed by Planning Commission as well as even staff. Sample photos were presented. Installations like these are throughout the South Bay, San Jose, Fremont, Gilroy, Oakland, all the way up into San Francisco as well. And then also just regarding the safety standards, Councilmember Chall, this is not an arbitrary safety design that's kind of unique to Santa Clara. There's a state law for this, Civil Code Section 835, which specifically clarifies the safe design and operation standards for this particular type of security technology. City Attorney reviewed this as well to make sure that what was proposed to you tonight is in alignment with state law and follows those international as well as state safety standards. Signage, at a minimum, every 30 linear feet, there must be yellow, bright yellow warning signage, bilingual, as well as the international symbol for shock to alert the public, both inside and outside, that this particular type of security system exists. And then finally, just to mention, no one inadvertently walks up. This is always installed on the interior of a property behind an existing fence or wall, whatever's going to be required by planning. So it's on the interior. It's not exposed to the public. I'm certainly available for any other technical questions, and thank you for your time. And
Thank you.
respectfully request your approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other member of the public that would like to speak on this zoning code update? Do we have anyone online, City Clerk? I don't see anyone for this item, but no? Oh, we have two people? Can you call
Brian
them out,
Darby.
please?
Brian Darby.
Oh, Brian, go ahead, Brian.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I really appreciate the effort that went into this, and the city staff and everybody deserves a lot of credit for that. All the questions were already asked by the other council persons, and the gentleman that just spoke answered them quite effectively, so thank you.
Thank you, Brian. And you said we have another person? No one else? All right. Could I have a motion, please, to close the public hearing? Okay, motion by Councilmember Chahal, second by Councilmember Jane to close the public hearing. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously of those present. Director Crabtree, 5 minutes, 10 minutes? 5 minutes. We're going to take a 5-minute break, everyone. 5 minutes. And let's come back at 8:30. He had a lot of questions. work very well. Everyone, please take their seats. Thank you all for the break as well. So Director Crabtree, when you're ready. Oh, is it?
Do I need?
There you go.
Oh, thank you. Matt? No, I don't need the slides. I'm good. Thank you. All right, well, we'll go through these questions. I appreciate the level of detail and interest the council had, and I hope I can answer all your questions satisfactorily. I'll just kind of work through them in the order that I received them. So first, we had a question about the environmental impact report and the existence of significant unavoidable air quality impacts and what was the cause of that. So I want to just address this by saying that we are relying upon the environmental impact report that was done for the city's general plan. And so this was really a comprehensive analysis of all the development that was allowed under our general plan and what would be the resulting impacts of that. So back in 2010, when we adopted the general plan, we said the city would have significant unavoidable air quality impacts as a result of all the development activity that the general plan supports. The zoning code enables that, so it has those same impacts by implication. So you're just seeing the same resulting impacts for the zoning code update as the general plan itself has. So if that's clear, generally air quality impacts are, in this kind of case, attributed to cumulative traffic conditions, like just the amount, there will be traffic. I mean, it's really unavoidable, and that's hence the name. As development activity occurs, there will be at this level enough traffic that there will be enough air quality impacts from that traffic that it will exceed thresholds that we would otherwise apply on a project basis. And some of this is really, I would say, a reflection of the limitations of CEQA, but in doing our CEQA exercises, our goal is to adhere to state law and fulfill the requirements state law has set. Dust is generally related to construction activity, as you asked, and that is regulated through a host of measures. Air Quality Management District is very involved in that. A lot of the different equipment has to be regulated in terms of what it can emit. There's requirements for watering of sites during construction to keep dust down and things to stop dirt from being tracked off and so forth. So there are regulations, and a lot of times on a project by project basis, those are typically mitigated to a less than significant level. But again, you're just going with the EIR for the whole city at this point. So that, I think, addresses the questions about the EIR. We had a number of questions about accessory dwelling units, and so I just want to be really clear about this, that what the recommendation of the Planning Commission was, and which has been incorporated into the draft code, is that accessory dwelling units cannot be used for short-term rentals, right? So that they're prohibited from that less than 30-day rental use. That's just the answer to that. How are we going to enforce that? So again, the reason for the 9-month delay around the short-term rentals is to give the city time to go out and to develop a program for enforcement of this, recognizing this is a new area for the city. It's not something we've historically been monitoring and enforcing, other than if there were other code violations at a short-term rental site. So electric fences. We think that the concern around aesthetics is addressed through the permitting, the conditional use permit requirement, by elevating it to that level. We don't expect it to be a widespread and common thing, but where there are instances where they're being proposed, we do have a Planning Commission review for that. And then we do also have the proposed regulations do include some restrictions on height and type of fencing, sort of a transparency, so things like that that can help to address it as well. Going down the list. So your question was about when we were talking about data warehouses and data centers. So just to clarify that, they're being used interchangeably, that we didn't have the term data warehouse in the code, so that was added as an alternative phrase that means the same thing. So either way, they're treated the same. And the 20% and then the load, electrical load thresholds are put in place to help distinguish when a data storage or server facility triggers or crosses the boundary into being what's classified as a data center or data warehouse in the code. So a lot of developments might have their own server room, and we do here, right? We have, it's commonplace. So things below that sort of 20% of your floor area or that certain megawatt data load, below those thresholds, those are just considered sort of ancillary uses to some other primary use. So those thresholds are in place to know at that point there's enough of the space or the activity on the site being dedicated to data center type activities that it triggers the requirement for a conditional use permit. So should I just go through all of these and then there's another round? All right. So the question about two-story ADUs. So again, that's one of the things that state law says is that attached ADUs must be allowed up to 2 stories. So our proposal for the 1.5 detached, that was something where we're going above what state law otherwise requires, being a little more permissive. But in terms of the 2-story, that's by state law. We don't currently have some sort of second floor step back requirement in the code. That could be something that's subject to a future code amendment. But at this point, we don't have something like that. So really within the volume that's allowed for the residents in terms of overall setback, the 2-story ADU could be permitted. We have to, there are some things in the state law too that about enabling these kinds of ADUs, so we have to be careful about having restrictions down the road that they don't prevent a 2-story ADU, but we can have some second floor step back requirements. Potentially something we'll discuss at a future effort. So the question about the limitation in the general plan on units in the station area, the zoning code update does not specifically address that, although it may not be exactly the concern that you think it is either at this point. The general plan for a lot of that area remains industrial or commercial. And so I think that you don't see units assigned in the general plan for those sites. Traditionally, if a developer wanted to convert one of those to residential, they could, like happened at 575 Benton, for example, through a general plan amendment process. At which point, we would do the CEQA analysis and essentially through that amendment be adding units into our general plan for that project. So that's kind of the traditional way that's been addressed. Now with changes in state law that potentially allow residential development on commercial sites, they wouldn't need the general plan amendment. It's sort of a assumed right to do the residential by the state law. We would still need to do the environmental review to look at the impacts of adding units at that location that weren't anticipated in our general plan. So a project could benefit by having units in the general plan to tier off from a CEQA standpoint, but they'll be just starting from scratch, essentially, as it is. Once the station area plan effort is completed, there will likely be more units added that could help facilitate future development. But as it is, it's not a barrier that's going to stop residential development around the station area. We'll see that if potentially more. So I think you asked also, Councilmember Jane, about ADU use, and since we're not allowing them for short term, I think that addresses the question you had about parties and so forth, that we're basically, as drafted, ADUs cannot be used as short-term rentals. And then the question about aesthetics for data centers. So through the CUP process, it certainly would be possible to review the aesthetics, the appearance of the building, and those conditional use permits are appealable to City Council. So the City Council will be the final decision-making body, which doesn't change in our code today. If they went to development review hearing, that decision would be appealable to council. This adds kind of an intermediary step of the planning commission. We are not directly addressing bird strikes or dark sky in the zoning code update. Those are things that can be addressed on an individual project level basis through CEQA review. If the city council had a desire for a policy around those things, I would refer those probably to the priority setting session. As that would be a new initiative to go develop and potentially adopt policies on those topics. Okay, Councilmember Chahal asked questions about planned development zonings and what we'll do for sites less than 25 acres. And the variance is a process that continues to be in place in our code. If legitimately there is some sort of unique circumstance that warrants the variance, they really are meant to be limited to kind of those unique circumstances. And I think if we see that there is kind of like a consistent situation where the current code, conforming to the current code, is seen as being overly restrictive, our recommendation would be to amend the code to address that. We are doing some of that with this code update, right? So we're hoping that a lot of those kind of variances, like I mentioned, the conforming to the existing setbacks for additions situation, the 1.5 ADU, those are situations where we've had those kind of appeals for a variance. Hopefully we are getting past that with this code, and that would be our recommendation in terms of best practices, is really have the code that you want, and rather than rely upon variances to get what people could do, that really should be kind of like standard rules that everyone can follow. In terms of objective design standards, there are proposed in the code the standard for the step back, the 45-degree shade and shadow kind of step back that we've been discussing along El Camino Real corridor and through that effort. So we did go ahead and add that standard as an objective design standard into the zoning code. There are some other ones, but not. It certainly is not like a form-based code. You asked a question about that. Having been through that effort recently with the downtown, there is a lot of work that went into developing that on a really very detailed basis. A form-based code doesn't necessarily have to have that level of detail, but to take on something more broadly for the city would be a huge effort if you want to have that kind of level of detail. But there are particular things that we see, like this desire to have a step back between single family and multifamily, that just makes sense to have those at a citywide level. And we can put things like that into the zoning code. If there are others that come up, again, future code amendments could capture some of those. So the question about is there a requirement for a shuttle for construction parking? No, that's not been included in this draft code at this point. It's a new issue that for us to consider. It is something we could potentially address through permit conditions on individual projects. So, we can certainly ask, look at where will this off-site parking be, and if it seems to be too far away, that's something we could then address on a project-by-project basis. So, just to confirm, the intent is to bring forward the zoning map in 2024 and some general plan amendments at the same time, and those are being done so that we don't. We don't move away from, but we actually implement the requirement that our zoning and general plan align. So, and maybe it's spilling over a little bit into Vice Mayor Park's question on this, but staff has been reviewing all the instances where zoning and general plan don't match today, and looking at those, and then we'll be either recommending changing the zoning to match the general plan, if we can. That would be the default. But in other situations where that would result in a down zoning, we have to actually alternatively recommend amending the general plan for residential projects. So we're doing that evaluation. There are some instances where we have industrial uses that don't conform to the general plan, and that's probably okay. We can continue that way. We'll change the zoning to match the general plan. and deal with those as sort of historically legal non-conforming uses. Excuse me. So electric fencing safety standards, you have in your packet the resolution, the ordinance attachment. On page 8, there are 9 standards. I think it was spoken to a little bit here, but that really speak to, like, the first one is sort of the level of electricity, the voltage level. Sort of it's a safe level, enough to be a deterrent, but not to cause harm to someone. There's regulations as how the power source is provided. There's a requirement that there be a non-electric fence first, so that before you get to the electric fence, there's actually a barrier that someone would have to have been making an effort to get to the electric fence. There's emergency gate access requirement. There's specifies how much separation there has to be, 4 feet between the electric fence and the non-electric, so someone's not trapped up against it. As I mentioned, there are restrictions on the height and the design of it. There's a requirement for warning signs, bilingual warning signs. There has to be monitoring, and there has to be an alarm signal. So there are a number of requirements that are included in the proposed ordinance, and staff, did research around what to include and when we brought this forward. So I think I answered already Councilmember Watanabe's questions about short-term rentals enforcement, really that we're working over the next 9 months to bring on a consultant to help us do that or figure out how to implement it. And data centers and data warehouses are essentially the same thing. So moving on to Vice Mayor Parks. I spoke to some of this, and I'll expand now. Plan development zoning. So again, plan development zonings, as part of the city's approval process for those are brought to the city council, and ultimately the city council is making a determination as to whether or not plan development zonings conform to the general plan. We can look at those if we know we happen somehow to have a plan development zoning that doesn't conform to the general plan. I think there would be a need to look at rezoning that, but generally speaking, it's expected that they would, having been brought forward since 2010. We would be really looking at older ones. If there are specific instances where a project has like a number of units that doesn't conform to its planned development zoning, we'd have to look at that and see how that took place. Because normally through our permit process, the planned development zoning establishes a maximum number of units. Subsequent permits are issued in conformance to that PD zoning. How do we regulate manufacturing when it's allowed to sort of cohabitate with office uses or R&D uses? And I think that there's a number of ways that we do that. And one, we look at sort of potential environmental effects. So, if it's noise or vibration or dust issues, all that could be addressed potentially through CEQA regulations if it's like a new development. It's also addressed in the building code and the fire code. If there's use of hazardous materials, that's heavily regulated through the fire code in particular. So these are things that we have regulations in place that address the potential incompatibilities of those uses. Generally where we're seeing them is where we have one developer who wants to do both, or one business that wants to do both, some manufacturing and some R&D or office use all in the same building. So to some degree they're self-regulating, but all of that also is taken through our building permit, fire code review. And then, I don't know, a comment or a question around how general plan amendments, I think, change the integrity of the general plan. So, we did adopt a general plan update in 2010. The city council we do have a process whereby the city council can approve amendments to that general plan, and they do change it. But, projects are, again, reviewed for consistency with the general plan. That's like a public hearing process. So we expect that things will apply and comply with that. Having a zoning code that matches the general plan will be helpful in that regard, because the zoning code is kind of the implementation tool that we're looking at on a daily basis. You know, if someone's proposing a use, we look at the zoning code, knowing that the zoning code matches the general plan will simplify that review and consistency consideration. So I think I've addressed the questions that I heard from the City Council.
Very good, incredible. Thank you very much. So now we have, can you put your light on?
No, it's not working.
Okay, Councilmember Jane.
Thank you, Director Crabtree. I know you mentioned that there's a process for doing general plan amendments. You know, this is a very comprehensive zoning code update, and I know that the residents of the old quad have been asking for just the 25% common area change, and we've been waiting for a long time for this to be rolled into this. So what is the process for amending this zoning code? I mean, we haven't done it since '69, but I'm just trying to understand, like, there were some things like the setbacks for the second stories and things. What is, you know, for the 25% common area, we've been waiting for a long time for that. And it should have been done like just as an amendment earlier, but we kind of waited all this time for a comprehensive. So I'm just trying to figure out, do we have to wait for another comprehensive?
That's not the intent of staff. You know, obviously, there's a workload consideration. The process to amend zoning code is to develop the new text and work closely with the city attorney's office because it's an ordinance to make sure that we have that right. It goes through Planning Commission, City Council hearings. There has to be a CEQA review. So there is a process. It takes some time and effort. We have, as mentioned, amended the zoning code about 50 times since 1969, so almost twice a year. And so we do bring forward specific ordinance changes when there's clearly a need for it. Either, you know, state law has driven several of them, or, you know, there's a community concern that's, you know, raises to the level that it becomes a city priority and resources are directed to do that. We fully expect, you know, to be bringing forward code changes in the next year. You know, part of the reason this has taken as long as it has is, well, a lot of the state law kept introducing more things that we need to go back and put into the code, and at some point you just want to get it done and recognize that there may be a need to do more amendments to fine-tune things if we waited till everything was done. You know, we had some concerns come up after the Planning Commission hearing from the community, and we recognized that we could not just roll those in. We would have to go back and have another Planning Commission hearing legally to do that. So we're just like, you know, we'll put those on the to-do list.
Thank you. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. Part of what I was going to say was actually just addressed by Councilmember Jane's question, but that is, the item that's before you is a comprehensive update, hasn't been done in the last 54 years. Anything significant will require additional study. However, there are minor changes that you could entertain tonight. For example, I think I heard a few council members mention allowing ADUs if the owner is present for the 90 collective days. You know, that was initially in the first report that went to the Planning Commission. That's something that can be amended tonight based on council direction. But anything significant will require any additional change. And I also wanted to mention that this item will be coming back to you for a second reading on January 9th. And I was going to thank Director Crabtree for the detailed presentation, because council knows, but I don't think the public knows, that this is the reason why this meeting was scheduled, to really dive in to these items and have a very detailed presentation. So we're having that discussion now, and I know that there are other items on the agenda that we'll get to a little later.
Thank you, City Manager. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, and I'm glad we're doing this thing. And a couple of the things which I really liked is, you know, single-family houses with the single garage. It has been coming up again and again for the variances. I think we took care of that. They don't need to build a second garage unless the square footage added is more than 1,000 feet. That's very helpful to the resident. They don't need to come back for a variance on those. Objective design standard, I know you incorporated some of those, but I think I missed it. With a particular precise plan, can we modify those? Of course, I think that would be your answer. We can modify the objective design standard, or these will stay as is.
So the question I understand is, will adoption of the zoning code update change what we've adopted in terms of our precise plans or specific plans?
So this will apply in general anyway, whatever objective design standard. But if we have a precise plan, can we adopt a different objective design standard?
Certainly.
Okay.
Like in the future or concurrently, those plans have additional standards. So this in no way diminishes the form-based code that the council just adopted for the downtown. Other specific plans, our precise plan, have zoning standards in them that continue to apply. El Camino Real specific plan, if it has standards in it, those would take precedence.
Okay.
So you can add additional things. This is really just dealing with things that aren't addressed in other specific documents.
Got it. And finally, we are matching the general plan and the zoning map. That's good. It avoids the confusion among the public as well as everybody concerned on that. I really like the construction parking code we brought forward. That's good. So if I'm ready to make a motion whenever you're.
That would be fine. Can I ask the city attorney, can the motion be made for all of the items in staff recommendation in one motion? Or Xander?
I believe so, Madam Mayor. Just checking with Xander
Okay.
to see if he wants,
Thank you.
under these circumstances, the CEQA item to be separate. I think you can
Separate.
do it in a comprehensive motion.
Right, I just want to double check before Councilmember Chahal starts.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Madam Mayor, if there's I think we can do it comprehensively with one motion. If someone's making a relatively simple proposal to change the ordinance, that could be accommodated as well. But if it's complicated, we might want to sever the ordinance itself.
All right, Councilmember Chahal, if you're ready.
Okay, yeah, I'm ready, and I only have one change, like as per the recommendation from the Planning Commission or the recommendation we got, that if the primary resident is owner-occupied, then the ADU shall be considered hosted. We need to change the, I think, section 11 and 12, and the code section 1825, what is that? 18.60.250. That's the only one we need to do change on that.
Can I ask about that too? Because who's going to enforce that? Who monitors that? How do they register and who enforces that?
Good evening, Alexander Abbey, Assistant City Attorney. If I could just help guide you through these two sections. Working backwards, Mayor, I believe the purpose of the 9-month delay is to set up that enforcement mechanism, the regulatory and licensing program and the enforcement mechanism. And we'll have additional details on that for you in the future.
Okay, very good.
With respect to Councilmember Chahal's request, you do have this large zoning ordinance update that you're being asked to adopt tonight that's several hundred pages. And then the ordinance before you has about 16 sections, and those reflect the changes of the Planning Commission. If I understand Councilmember Chahal's request, I would suggest you delete Section 12 from that ordinance. Section 12 is what would have prohibited the use of ADUs for short-term rentals. And then you change Section 11 so that it would simply revise that section, Section 18.60.250C2C, to read, quote, "For purposes of this section, accessory dwelling units are considered hosted if and only if the primary dwelling is owner-occupied." That would allow, if the primary dwelling is occupied, then you could rent out your ADU without a durational limitation.
Perfect. That's,
Can you repeat that, Councilmember Chahal?
So, yes.
I'd be happy to put it on repeat if you'd like.
Staff recommendation with the changes that we will delete Section 12, and Section 11 will be changed that if the primary resident is the owner occupied, then the ADU shall be considered hosted.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Yeah. And That's my motion.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and that approves everything else. Is that okay, Xander?
Yes, thank you.
All right. Very good. So we have a motion and a second. All right. I see no hands. City Clerk, do you have everything? You have it all. She's been typing for the
We have
last
what we need.
hour. Vice Mayor Park, your hand's up now.
So there were a number of concerns. I'm willing to kind of go past them, but I do like the concepts of having the second story, have second story setbacks, not exclude second story ADUs from having similar setbacks. If we just had a rule, and I think we do, for second story additions, I just feel that they should pertain to attached second-story ADU, a two-story ADU buildings as well. I mean, there's a lot of small things, but I can think of a couple, but I don't know how something like that gets missed, but I'm willing to go forward with the motion.
Okay. City Clerk, when you're ready. Please register your vote. Please register your
Mayor
vote.
Park?
Are you missing one?
He just did it.
Okay. And that passes unanimously of those present. City Manager.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor and Council. And before we conclude this item, I would like to recognize Director Crabtree on his upcoming retirement. As many of you know, over the past 7.5 years, Director Crabtree has led the divisions of planning, building, and housing, and has provided leadership and support to staff who provide our development services to our business and residents. Andrew has been instrumental in the development of long-range plans. As you know, we oftentimes do advanced planning, and Andrew has been instrumental in our Tasman East, our Patrick Henry plan, our Freedom Circle plan, as well as the historic downtown plan, which will lead to the construction of new, vibrant neighborhoods in our downtown. Andrew also helped to secure funding and entitlements for affordable housing projects, actually 100% affordable projects. The Monroe Commons project and Main Line North are two notable affordable housing projects, and Andrew was instrumental in ensuring that they were entitled and funding was provided. He also oversaw the recent transition to a modern permitting database system for the city. And Andrew, as you embark on the next chapter of your life, I really just want to say thank you and congratulations for all the support that you've provided to this organization. I know we've only worked together for eight months, but I'm going to miss your leadership, and thank you. And with that, I'll turn it to the
Andrew,
mayor.
we're so grateful for your leadership as the Director of Community Development for so many years here in Santa Clara. You brought forward many development projects. I can think of so many like Gateway Crossings, Agri-Hood, Santa Clara Square. Well, pretty much every development project we were involved in since I've been a mayor, at least. It's been amazing. I do remember the project for public spaces when we were working on that, and we had the public charrettes and everything. You've just done some incredible work for us, and your leadership has been invaluable for the last 8 years of your service to Santa Clara. I hope this zoning code update for the last 7 years didn't really push you to retire because it was such an amazing 12,000 pages of documents. You really have left your mark here, and we're ever so grateful for your service. So if you wouldn't mind joining us up front here, we have a recognition and a little gift for you. We'd like to take a photo with you. And all the public members came to see you for your last meeting, Andrew. I didn't know you were so popular. Here we go. Staff, planning staff, you want to come up? All right, we're going to move now to item number 4 and 5. Item number 4 is adopt a resolution in support of United Against Hate in our city of Santa Clara. And item number 5, we're also taking that as action on a council written request submitted by Vice Mayor Park requesting to place an agenda item at a future council meeting to consider a resolution addressing the concerns brought by constituents at the December 12th regular council meeting. So Vice Mayor Park, would you like to explain your 030 policy that you want to talk about tonight? And then after that, we'll go to the city manager to talk about item number 4.
I will. So I know a lot of people came here last week to talk about lots of different things. And for people who don't know, many of these discussions were happening on council, well, with council members, with staff, for many weeks, not just that one day that people were here. And I know that it was a public presentation. The public presentation is something that council cannot take action on. I think that there were lots of emotions, there were lots of statements on either side, and people kept telling me something that actually I heard lots of places, that local city councils don't take action on foreign affairs, things that are happening half a world away. And I said, well, that's true. And I see signs here, signs that are talking about Congressman Ro Khanna, and I think that's absolutely appropriate, that you talk to your congressman about things that you'd like changed, federal policy. But the question that I had was, how do we address the local people? Not trying to change the policy half a world away, but how do we address the constituents of this city, people who live, work, send their children, go to school, interact with this city? And how do we make all the people here feel supported and heard? And I understand that people want different things. We're a local city council. I have no problem talking about local city things, and 100%, I want to make sure that the local residents, the people that I know, see, have touched, have talked to, feel like they're supported. And again, this is on all sides. I've heard people talking about, these are our friends and our neighbors, and we don't want to create any enmity, we don't want to create any problems with them. And I think that this is something I wish people would take to heart. which is look at the people around you. I mean, you know, maybe not all of them, but you're going to identify, you're going to see friends and neighbors here. And I hope that there's a way that we can make sure that every person that comes here feels supported and heard by this council, not by making proclamations for something that's happening, you know, a world away, but recognizing that what happens a world away affects residents of this city. And again, how do we make the residents here feel heard and supported? Because otherwise they won't feel safe. I think that being heard, feeling supported is the #1 requirement for feeling that your council represents you. And I think that to say, you know, something about something happening far away, maybe that's not a good thing. But to say nothing about the people in front of you that live in your neighborhoods, I find that hard to do. And that's just me. But again, I brought this forward because I'm hoping that there's something that we can talk to our friends and neighbors about. Again, our friends and neighbors, the people that live in the city, the constituents of this city, that we can come to agreement on basic things that we can all stand behind, right? Because I feel that when you've got a constituency coming to you and your result and the end result is we say absolutely nothing, I don't know that I can do that. As a resident, I've often felt I don't come to city council to hear note and file. I don't come to city council to hear thank you very much. Like if I'm here just to say here thank you very much or note and file, well, nowadays I can do that online. But to be honest, if I had to come here to do that, I don't know that I would. So I put this 030 forward. People say, well, you're talking about this resolution. It's not about a specific resolution. If you look at what I submitted, it's as general as I can be. And it's basically saying, can we, the people, can the people that are here, your friends and neighbors, can you come up with something that we can all agree on that we're not going to feel divided about? And if we can't do that, there are bigger issues that we need to address than just a resolution.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Park. You put on here to consider a resolution addressing, so I was just trying to get specifics. So I'm going to go back now to adopt a resolution in support of United Against Hate in the city of Santa Clara. City Manager?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Members of the council and members of the public, both here and watching from home. Javon Grogan, City Manager. As we all know, there are conflicts going on both domestically and across the world at any given time. And unfortunately, this moment in time is no exception. With any regional or national conflict, we are likely to have representatives here in Santa Clara on all sides of the issue that are deeply impacted and personally impacted here in Santa Clara. While Santa Clara, we all know, cannot resolve geopolitical issues or even nationwide problems across the U.S., one thing that staff is recommending that we can do is we can join the United Against Hate campaign and stand up together and say, as a community, we are against hate, and make that an expression that we all stand together alongside the dozens of other communities and organizations across the country that have joined the United Against Hate campaign and United Against Hate Week and say we reject hate in our community and abroad. With that, we've prepared a video that we'll turn to now and then continue our presentation after the video.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Mayor Lisa Gilmore, and I'm proud to stand united against hate alongside our incredible community. We've all seen how acts of hate and violence have been on the rise across the world, especially since the pandemic. Please join us in saying enough is enough. We must come together now to speak up and stand up, united against hatred in all of its forms, whether based on race, ethnicity, gender, sexual identity, age, religion, immigration, social status, or any othering that has caused pain and suffering.
In Santa Clara, we are proud of our diversity, and it is important that we not only celebrate it, but acknowledge and address historical inequities and call out hate. It is with every action, big and small, every day, that we begin to make change at a local, regional, and global level to stop hate and lead with love.
We have an opportunity to demonstrate through our actions that Santa Clara is a community that welcomes all with open arms and open hearts and condemns violence and hate of any sort. We stand united and say that hate is not welcome here and show the world that Santa Clara is a safe place for all.
It is time to stand united and say no to the hate and violence that is tearing families and communities apart and causing senseless loss of life and suffering. Join us in creating a movement that we can look back on proudly as we unite as allies for peace to build a safer, more accepting world for all.
It is our responsibility to current and future generations of Santa Clarans that we stand against hate and intentionally build unity and justice into the fabric of our systems. When we come together as one collective voice, we make it clear that bullying, violence, and hate have no place in Santa Clara.
Let us face the challenges of our time head on with empathy and ensure that acts of kindness prevail over acts of violence and that we uplift oppressed voices. Let us be brave enough to have hard conversations, curious enough to learn about people and cultures that differ from our own, and strong enough to reject hate of any sort.
Now is the time to come together with our shared humanity and be the change that our world has so desperately been calling for. Let's celebrate our differences and model an inclusive, accepting, and loving Santa Clara for the region and the world to see.
The Santa Clara Police Department is committed to standing with Santa Clara against hate and to upholding public safety for every member of our diverse community. Everyone in Santa Clara should feel safe to take a neighborhood walk, worship freely, and live fully.
On behalf of the entire workforce at the City of Santa Clara, we stand united against hate and know that the Santa Clara community stands with us.
I'm Rabbi Yigal Rosenberg with the Jewish community of Santa Clara, and we stand united against hate.
My name is Dr. Gary Waddell, Superintendent of Santa Clara Unified School District, and we stand united against hate.
Hi, I am Kaushal Varshney, representing Hindu community of Santa Clara, and we stand united against hate.
My name is Roshan Walter, and I'm with the Mission College Umoja community. Mission College stands united against hate.
Hello, everyone. My name is Don Orozco. I am the first Vice President of the Filipino-American Press Club of California, and I am here united against any forms of hate in the city of Santa Clara.
Hi, I'm Pastor Tong Liu from River Life Christian Church, and we stand united against hate.
Hi, my name is Vernon Medicine Cloud, and I work for the Indian Health Center of Santa Clara Valley, and we stand united against hate.
Santa Clara stands united against hate. Oh, that was nice.
Thank you.
Well done, communications team.
Yes.
That was a big effort to put that together.
Absolutely. And so now let's talk a little bit more about what the United Against Hate Week is all about. And so if we can call up the PowerPoint. So in 2017, civic leaders joined together in a direct response to a sharp rise in expressions of hate that were occurring across the country. Slide 2. Back up one. United Against Hate empowers residents to take action in their local community. In 2022, the United States Justice Department reported 11,643 hate crime incidents involving 13,337 offenses. Recently, on November 12th through 18th of this year, cities and counties recognized United Against Hate Week. Since its inception, United Against Hate has spread to over 200 communities. I'd now want to invite Jacqueline McCormick, who is the co-chair of the United Against Hate Week, to come up and tell us a little bit more about the organization.
Thank you, City Manager. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Gilmore, Vice Mayor Park, distinguished City Council members, City Manager Grogan, my good friend from a long time ago, and members of the public, thank you for coming out to participate in an important public process. Again, my name's Jacqueline McCormick, and I'm the co-chair of United Against Hate Week. And I served in that position with Patrice O'Neill, who's the executive director of Not in Our Town. Not in Our Town is a 30-year organization that has addressed and supported communities in overcoming extreme hate events, sometimes the most traumatic events that you could ever imagine. United Against Hate Week began in 2017 as a poster campaign in response to far-right agitators who had come to promote protests generated out of a dark and dangerous chasm of hate. 13 cities in the East Bay joined together to create a week of activities that focused on diversity, inclusion, and a commitment to stand together to combat hateful acts and rhetoric in their communities. The first United Against Hate Week began in 2018, and it has continued ever since, even during the pandemic. Over the past 6 years, the movement has grown to include over 400 communities, schools, organizations throughout the state of California. This past November, hundreds of events were planned throughout the state. United Against Hate Week has even expanded into Ohio, Illinois, Alabama, Georgia, Maine, British Columbia, and a town in Germany. It is our hope that this focus on coming together to stand united against hate will grow throughout the nation. Hate is toxic. Hate can tear communities apart. I am so grateful for Santa Clara's strong statement to reject hatred, prejudice, racism, sexism, bigotry, bullying, and violence directed at any person or group, and for their commitment to uniting their community. We look forward to Santa Clara's engagement in United Against Hate Week in 2024, as together we advocate for love, peace, safety, and justice for all. I hope we can count on you to lead the South Bay in this important campaign. Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you, and I know that there are so many cities surrounding us that also have participated over these last few years in the United Against Hate campaign. And I know that we have a lot of ideas of things we want to do to engage our very diverse community into events and other types of activities that we can surrounding this program, you know, in the next year.
Great.
So thank you very
so
much. City Manager?
Yes. Thank you, Jacqueline.
Thank you.
So the city has produced flyers and buttons that say Santa Clara Stands United Against Hate. We have some for pickup in the lobby, and it's really our hope, if adopted by council, that this campaign will embody the city's collective commitment to foster an environment in which all Santa Clarans can live, work, and flourish. Every year, by joining the campaign, the city will join United Against Hate Week in November and host a number of programs sponsored by our library and our parks and throughout the community. I now want to talk about what the resolution is. So if we go to slide 4, and staff does have a recommended change that I will talk through. And so the resolution does have a number of whereases, but the draft resolution says toward the end, it is a recommendation that the city of Santa Clara join other cities, counties, and municipalities in the San Francisco Bay Area and the rest of the nation, recognizing the United Against Hate campaign as an important reminder to support welcoming and inclusive practices that aim to unite the community and celebrate diversity. That the city of Santa Clara does hereby commit to fighting injustice and intolerance, standing against anti-Palestinian, Islamophobic, anti-Semitic, and xenophobic rhetoric and attacks, and hereby joins the United Against Hate campaign to further state our commitment in Santa Clara to build a community for all people regardless of their race, religion, ethnicity, age, gender identity, sexual orientation, disability, class, and other characteristics. In the next slide, I want to talk about a proposed revision. And this is not something that we take lightly. as staff in recommending a change. But staff recognizes that there was an error in the creation of this resolution that creates an exclusion of specific groups. Once the resolution was published, we were made aware that, as written, it excludes other groups. And so what's written up there says that the city of Santa Clara does hereby commit to fighting injustice and intolerance and standing against anti-Palestinian, Islamophobic, anti-Semitic, and xenophobic rhetoric. However, it's important to note that we do not include other nationalities such as anti-Israel, anti-Russian, anti-Ukrainian, or anti-Sudanese. And so based on that rationale, we are recommending that the City Council consider removing the word anti-Palestinian from the United Against Hate resolution due to the error, because we do not include all other groups. And we don't want a resolution that leaves out anybody. And at the end of this whereas, it says other characteristics. And that other characteristics language was meant to be all-inclusive because we can't possibly list everyone. However, we recognize that there may be an alternative, and then the alternative would be to add anti-Israeli in that same clause and keep anti-Palestinian. Again, I want to apologize because we were not intending to be exclusive of anyone, and we really wanted to have a resolution where no one felt that we were including one group but not others. So with that, the City Council has the proposed resolution before them, and staff is here to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. We're going to start with the City Council questions or comments. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. Staff, could you go back to that slide right before that? There was just a grammatical error where it says welcoming and inclusive practices that aim to unite the community and celebrate diversity, not united. Okay, thank you.
Any other council members have any comments, questions? No one? I don't know if all your lights are working. Is anybody? No? Okay. All right. We have quite a few members of the public that want to speak on these issues. I just wanted to set some ground rules before we move ahead, because we want to get as many people, we want to hear as many people as we possibly can. Last week, we spent over 3 hours in public testimony, hearing from many people, and I recognize a lot of people that stood with us last week until wee hours of the morning. I think it was past 2 a.m. And what I noticed back then is that's such an unreasonable time for people to be giving public testimony when you have, your families and others in such a late hour. But it is on the agenda today, and I want to make sure that we have time for the council to talk as well afterwards. So I'm going to limit the testimony to 2 hours, approximately 2 hours, to get as many people as we can. We're going to stay with the minute like we did last week so we can get as many people as possible. I will make sure that there's plenty of time for you to get up to the microphone. We have many people that are in our cafeteria as well, so I guess there's a minute delay on the video, so I want to make sure they have time to get up as well. So I'll call about 5 people at a time so that when you hear your name, you can just queue up behind the speaker. We want to make sure that you're there. But if you miss your call, I'm going to just keep going because there's so many people that want to speak. I'm just going to keep going. I'm going to ask you, you were so respectful last time, when someone speaks, even if you don't agree with them, please try to keep your no clapping or making anyone feel uncomfortable. I want to make sure everyone's very comfortable when they come to the microphone to speak, and they're not uncomfortable in any way. So just no reaction, please, after a speaker. And I know there's some posters and flags and things, just be respectful of the people that are behind you, if in front, so that everyone can see and hear the speaker at the same time. So thank you so much for cooperating with what we're doing, because we want to hear what you have to say, and we want to make sure that there's plenty of time for people to talk. But I have to say, we probably will not get to everyone this evening because there's a lot of cards. And we're going to try to at least conclude the meeting if we can at a reasonable hour for people to go home. So, City Clerk, is this it? All right, so I'm going to call our first 5 speakers. Yevgeny, forward, followed by Jessica Blychuk, followed by Maya Kochnia, followed by Ahmad Kamara. Is that 5? Oh, followed by Hababi. It's Habibah. Habiba. And you can all line up. All right. Yevgeny?
Yes, hello.
Welcome.
Yes, I stand before you as a father of 3 children that attend Santa Clara Public School. I'm a U.S. citizen.
Excuse me, can we start all over again? And can you speak into the microphone? So we have a lot of people watching on Zoom and on live. Thank you. Start again, please.
So I stand before you as a father of 3 children.
Excuse me, could you please give me a moment, please?
Oh, sorry.
Right?
I apologize. Once we get going, we'll get going. It's an overwhelming task for our city clerks over here, so I'm gonna bear with them. Thank you. Ready? Okay.
Yes. So I stand before you as a father of 3 children that attend Santa Clara Public School. I'm U.S. citizen, member of local Jewish and Israeli community, and I lived here for 12 years. We see all over the Bay Area in the recent days and recent weeks that people from all over the place, not only residents of the Santa Clara or local city, attend the meetings. And we see the same faces all over the Bay Area, San Jose, Sunnyvale, Foster City. The meetings, they use these meetings to promote a clear international political agenda. They have no interest in local community, and they abuse this city council to promote clear foreign policy agenda and delegitimizing Israel. Unlike zoning changes, it has nothing to do with the city. I thought I'll talk about the ceasefire and what kind of resolution could be. I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right, we have Jessica, followed by Maya, Ahmad, and Hibabe. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Jessica Blychuk, and I'm the director of the Jewish Community Relations Council of Jewish Silicon Valley. The work of the JCRC prioritizes the elimination of hate in all its forms. So we are grateful to the City Council for the United Against Hate resolution. However, the language should remain broad without reference to specific groups. Furthermore, City Council should not weigh in on the Israel-Hamas war. Such resolutions only increase division and hate, increasing anti-Semitism as well as Islamophobia. If the City Council addresses the conflict, it must be balanced and inclusive, identifying Hamas as a terrorist organization, denouncing the October 7th terrorist attacks, and demanding the immediate release of the hostages. The Santa Clara community is better served by a resolution that stands up to all forms of hate and is applicable for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have Maya. Hi. Followed by Ahmad, Hababe, Yale, Levy, and Kamal. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Maya, and I'm a parent of 2 high school students. I have no problem with being united against hate. I marched with the United Against Hate movement for the BLM marches with my kids. My problem is my child has been singled out at school and verbally attacked because she's Israeli, or I am Israeli. She was born here. This was done in the name of a Palestinian struggle. Unfortunately, the Palestinian cause has become synonymous with anti-Israeli and anti-Semitic hate. So if we want to be united against hate, I agree we should just state that and not exclude our community members who are targeted and hurt by anti-Israel sentiment. Remove the specific call-out of anti-Palestinian hate from the declaration, so the declaration is something that truly unites our community against hate. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have Ahmad, followed by Hababe, Yale, Kamal, and Jilly.
Good evening.
Welcome.
The last time we spoke, it was in the early week of the day.
I remember.
I'm not sure which one I'm speaking on. I had signed up for speaking out on 4 and 5.
We have combined them.
You combine them. So the first thing I want to say is I applaud the effort of speaking against hate. In your video, I didn't see a Muslim on there, and there's plenty of Muslims here, so I don't feel included.
They were asked, I know, a group was asked. So, yes.
I'm just going to say, right, there's so many of us in town, I'd find it hard to believe that you couldn't find one to come in that video. Every other religion was represented. That's one. So first of all, I took 30 seconds of my time to say that. That's one. Two, the other piece of it is combining the resolution doesn't address the initial stuff that we had come for, which is I can't feel safe or loved in the community when friends of mine are getting killed on the other side. I don't know how we can try to do a tap dance and say, hey, let's combine the two.
Thank you, sir.
I don't see how you can do a tap dance.
Thank you. All right, Ababa, did I say that right?
No, not really. My
I'm
name's
so sorry.
It's okay. It's Habiba.
Habiba.
Yeah.
I apologize.
You're fine. So, dear Mayor Gilmore and council members, my name is Habiba, and I urge you to vote yes on adding a resolution to call for peace and stopping violence in Palestine. The resolution should include, at a minimum, stopping the killing of innocent civilians and allowing humanitarian aid in Gaza. You cannot classify this as a foreign issue and try to brush it aside, as many of fellow constituents I've heard have said that. Our tax money is funding this indiscriminate killings of Palestinians, and this means that this is an issue that we must discuss as citizens of the United States. The U.S. government uses our taxpayer money to arm the Israeli military that is now killing countless family members of your constituents. That's all I have to say. Honestly, this is I feel like we're running around in circles just to address the main issue here, which is that there's been over 15,000 Palestinians that have been killed in the past 2 months. And the fact that we're running circles around this to address this really bothers me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yale, followed by Kamal, followed by Jilly, followed by Laksh, followed by Rosa. Welcome.
Dear Santa Clara Council members, I would like to bring to your attention a deeply disturbing pattern. There is a group organizing throughout the Bay Area sponsored by CARE. CARE is a group publicly disavowed by the White House less than 2 weeks ago due to their executive director, Nihad Awad's comments rejoicing and celebrating the horrific terror attacks of October 7th. This is deeply painful for the local Jewish and Israeli community. That same organization is going to council meeting after council meeting in the Bay Area. The December 12 concerns driving item 5 on today's agenda are following an organized call to action by CARE. Here are the flyers organizing that call to action, which I am happy to submit to the city clerk. Today, December 19th, we are once again seeing an effort by CARE to pack the council meeting for Palestine. Here are these flyers. They contain talking points. Vice Mayor Park, you said you wanted to make local residents feel safe, heard, and supported. Packing the Council for Palestine makes me feel none of these things. It makes me feel attacked and deeply unsafe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please, no reaction. Thank you. All right, so we have Kamal, followed by Jilly, followed by Laksh, followed by Rosa. Welcome.
Thank you. Hi. Stop killing civilians. Let aid in. Release hostages on both sides. Please vote yes on a resolution for peace. They say no to this. Does this mean that Israel defends itself by killing civilians and starving them? They say don't do anything to not take sides. Not doing something is taking sides. United against hate without addressing the root cause of what's hurting makes it empty and soulless. We stand against hate. We as Muslims stand against hate, but we are not united when we are not heard. A resolution for peace is not divisive. Killing innocents is. Staying silent is. The children of Gaza are not waiting for this resolution. It's us, your constituents, who are waiting for this resolution. We are waiting to be heard. We are waiting for our council to feel that they are standing with us, to speak for us, and to feel our pain, and to be humans. They say, why now? Why not before? Failing to do it before doesn't mean that we don't do it now. Thank you.
Thank you. No, please. No reaction, because people don't feel comfortable when they come up if you don't agree with them. Please stop. Okay, 1 second, please. So Jilly, followed by Laksh, followed by Rosa, followed by Salman, followed by Eagle. Go ahead, please.
My name is Gili Yalom. No speech tonight will provide you any new information about the ceasefire, the pain that everyone here shares, and also the fear that we all feel for our communities. The community elected you because of your skill and views about the city, education, health, transportation, and other local issues. We've never heard your views on foreign affairs, and we didn't choose you because of them. This council was silent when 5,000 killed in Syria, 370,000 in Yemen, 5 million in Congo, and 200,000 in Afghanistan. And yet, only now you're considering breaking your silence when your community is divided and needs you to bring order, safety, and unite us. Please don't divide the city and create more conflicts and potential local violence. Please put your community needs above your personal interest and political gains. Thank you.
Thank you. Laksh, followed by Rosa, Salman, Eagle, and Jenny. Yes,
Good evening,
welcome.
Mayor Gilmore and Council. My name is Laksh. I am an Indian immigrant and an atheist, and I'm here to echo the calls of the Multi-Faith Coalition, urging you to vote yes on a peace in Palestine resolution. This is not a Muslim issue or a Jewish issue. It is a humanitarian issue, and it is a local issue, because we expect every elected official to speak out against injustices that we are paying for. 4 months ago, you commemorated Ukrainian Independence Day and rightly said in a proclamation that you, quote, stand in solidarity with the Ukrainian people in their pursuit of peace, sovereignty, and territorial integrity. To now turn around and ignore the humanity of suffering Palestinians would be an unconscionable act. I urge you to agendize a resolution to stop the killing of innocents, allow humanitarian aid, and return hostages on both sides. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we have Rosa, Salman, Eagle, Jenny, Rami, please come forward. Jenny? All right. Welcome.
Hello. My name is Jenny, and I have lived here for 10 years. My children attend Santa Clara Unified Schools. Thank you. First of all, thank you for amending the United Against Hate resolution and making it inclusive. This is the second time in the last 2 weeks that I'm urging this council not to promote politically biased resolutions that divide our community. This council has become a platform for an organized effort by highly political groups to promote a foreign policy agenda irrelevant to the city of Santa Clara. If the Council does decide to issue a future statement on Gaza, it cannot ignore the horrific war crimes committed by Hamas, including rape, kidnapping, and slaughter of civilians. As a woman, I must speak out about the mass rape on October 7th and about testimonies from hostages who have returned that reveal ongoing sexual assault against women who are still captive by Hamas. On behalf of all Santa Clara women and residents, this council must unequivocally condemn these horrific crimes. Thank you.
Please come forward. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Salman, and I live and work here in Santa Clara. I'm really shocked at how tone deaf this city council is being. I've been living here for over 10 years, and this community that I'm part of, which is the MCA community, is like 10,000 strong at least. And we've done a lot for the city of Santa Clara. And right now we're asking for the city of Santa Clara to be there for us. Our imam, for example, lost 10 of his family members, including 8 children. Every single day, every single moment that passes by, more of our loved ones are dying. This is not about foreign people, it's our people, right? Your constituents have their family members dying. Every day that passes by, all we're asking is for you to be our voice here and raise up this issue and ask the powers that be to represent our voice all the way to the top and ask for a ceasefire. We need a resolution. Please, please, time's running out for people. Get a resolution on the board. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have Rosa, Eagle, Rami, Melinda, and Samina. Welcome.
I'm Miguel.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Yigal Blum. Putting item number 5 on the agenda without mentioning the real topic to be discussed is deceitful and should be rejected by the city officials. The city council mission is to deal with the city welfare and not debate foreign and national security affairs. I ask you to oppose a resolution calling for a one-sided ceasefire in Gaza. It is a direct support in disguise for Hamas' goal to eliminate Israel, the only Jewish state in the world. There were many ceasefires in Gaza since Hamas took over the Strip in 2007. Each time, the Hamas improved its position to re-attack Israel and vows to continue until the annihilation of Israel, as exampled by the barbaric massacre on October 7th. Please do not help it happen again. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, please come forward. Hello, welcome.
There was a couple names in front of me, but no one came up.
What is your name?
For Rami.
Rami? Go ahead, Rami.
Okay.
I think the other ones are not.
Give me one second. Okay.
I'm going to say, if I'll give you a second, Rami, followed by Melinda, Samina, Ronan, and Sadiq. All right, welcome when you're ready.
Okay. Rami Abu Sha'ban is a Palestinian from Gaza just like me, except I am here and he became a martyr there. Rami was my uncle, the man I'm showing here in the poster. His sisters are now left with one brother because Rami was murdered by the Israeli apartheid Zionist regime, and his brother committed suicide from the challenges he faced trying to come to the U.S. Over 15 of my family members have been murdered in the past 2 months. We have not been mourning since October 7th. We have been mourning since 75 years and 73 days today of genocide. In the words of Rami's sister, if Gaza has not changed anything in you, has not made you reconsider your values, principles, and your entire life, you must reconsider your humanity. We Palestinians are not the exception. We deserve to live like everyone else too. Enough is enough. Supporting the ceasefire resolution is supporting humanity and standing against hate. It's not complicated. There are no sides to genocide.
Thank you. Melinda, followed by Samina, Ronan, Sadiq, and Yigal Rosenberg. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Melinda Berland. I've been a District 4 Santa Clara resident for 10.5 years. Item 4 is a very appropriate statement for the city. I strongly support it. It's what is needed and long overdue. Vote yes on 4 with staff recommended changes. This council was not elected to discuss or create policy on anything other than city business. Stick to what you were chosen to do. All this is doing is wasting the time of the council, staff, and citizens, and it is creating more hostility and divisiveness in our city. Is it no wonder residents choose not to volunteer in city commissions at your request? Be the leaders you were elected to be. Put an end to discussion of international affairs at a local level. Vote no on 5 and yes on 4. Thank you.
Thank you. Samina, welcome.
Hello, Council. Thank you very much. I am in favor of both items 4 and 5. However, actually, in terms, I would be in favor of 4 if there were some amendments in order to really reflect the true message of being united against hate. Because if we are truly united against hate, we would be united against the actions that are being taken place in Gaza, where you have tens of thousands of people who are being murdered and another 2 million people who are suffering a slow death caused by starvation and caused by hunger, and caused by no heat and no, and also no hospitals or whatnot. So again, if we're going to be standing united against hate, we need it to be a true reflection and include some language incorporated in that. And I've produced that to the city manager to be incorporated as well. Because again, we really need to be standing against this type of violence. History will be judging us.
Thank you. Ronan, followed by Sadiq Nuri, followed by Eagle Rosenberg, followed by David Brown. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Ronan. I oppose agenda item number 5. Jewish community members do not feel safe in Richmond and Oakland. By now, you likely have heard the shocking reports of what happened last week in Lake Merritt, where Chabad of Oakland menorah was desecrated, chopped up, and thrown into the water, with anti-Semitic scroll being left in its place. I believe that whoever committed this hate crime was inspired by the City of Oakland resolution a few weeks earlier, just like the resolution item number 5 that you're being pressured to pass. This is not just an ordinary resolution. It has an impact on the community. In the most respectful way, I'm looking in the eyes of each and every one of you, and I'm asking, please stay in your lane. Avoid making divisive decisions on foreign policy issues. Look at what is happening in Oakland. Don't bring this to this city. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have Sadiq Nouri, is that you? Followed by Eagle Rosenberg, followed by David Brown, followed by Yazan Maswadan. Welcome.
Assalamu alaikum. Peace be upon you and all of us. We are peaceful people, and I can take you back. We are first of a human being. If somebody not creating a humanity, they are not human, they are something else. This is what's happening in Palestine today. Palestinians are very loving people. They welcome the Jewish people in 1800, when the turn of the century, when Hitler slaughtered the Jewish people. Who welcome? The Muslim welcome Jewish people to Palestine with both hands. They are friends living for years and years in Palestine, and there were nothing wrong. Then the British come, they created the divided line. That created hate between two groups. That created animosity, and this is going on. They are human. We want to have a humanity on the Muslim side.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Eagle Rosenberg, followed by David Brown, Yazan Maswadan, and Rabia Awais. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council. And I just wanted to reiterate what I said on the video, that Santa Clara stands united against hate. I do believe it's a very, very difficult time that we're in. And again, to reiterate that I really feel for the pain for anyone, that any lack or loss of human life. But at the same time, we have to realize that it's a very, very difficult time period. And I want to just give a blessing of healing for all those that need healing. I want to give a blessing to the City Council to continue doing what they do best, to continue leading this community with unity, with blessings, and with joy. And it's very, very important that each and every one of us are here today to stand together against hate. And this is not just a slogan. I really believe in it. And God should bless America. God should bless the council here in Santa Clara. And there should be world peace all over the entire universe. L'chaim.
Thank you. David Brown, followed by Yazan Maswadan, followed by Rabia Awais, followed by Neil. Followed by Marwan M. Sir, is your one of those names?
I'm not David, I'm Yazan.
Oh,
Can I
please come
speak?
forward. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. This is my first time in here.
Thank you.
So, thank you very much for this. My name is Yazan. I'm an atomic scientist who lives and works here in Santa Clara. Sir, we're investing a lot of money and knowledge to improve and empower this country. Unfortunately, we're very sad and very shocked to see that our effort to improve the country has been used to support, and our tax money has been used to support the violence and killing to the people in Gaza. Unfortunately, our tax money, as I said, is spent to support the killing for the people in Gaza and the illegal occupation of Israel, conducted by Israel. We're against hate. Yes, everybody's against hate, but what we see in the news is violence, brutal killing. And please, I'm here to ask for raising the resolution of ceasing fire and stop the support of illegal occupation by our own tax money. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So do we have David Brown? Last call for David Brown. All right, Rabia, is that you? Oh, wonderful. Followed by Neil, followed by Marwan M., followed by Ivan. Welcome.
Hello.
Could you speak and we want to hear you? Thank you. Perfect.
Hello, dear Mayor and respected council members. As a mom and a resident of Santa Clara for past 22 years, I urge you to add this ceasefire resolution in the agenda. You have the power to do so, so please just include and stand in the right side of the history. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Respectful Mayor and Council, I'm a Santa Clara resident citizen and a father. I feel fear by the rise of hate against Jews and Israelis. I want to thank you for the anti-hate resolution, truly, and for recognizing the mission of the original resolution. I fully support your proposed update. In addition, we recognize that the Council goodwill and dedication to the city and its residents, and we thank you for wanting to make sure we are heard. Sadly, the topic of the Middle East conflict is so complex, so nuanced, and so full of misinformation that is being spread that any resolution would be problematic and will harm the safety and inclusion of some residents. I therefore urge you to remain firm and true to your statement and commitment to stand united against hate and refrain from making any resolution about the Middle East, since even though it is well-intentioned, it will only incite hate in our community. Again, we truly appreciate your goodwill and consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we have Marwan, followed by Ivan, followed by Nawal Payman, followed by Rutul Maroon. Welcome.
Thank you. Actually, until they have the video on, I had a question about the order that the speaker cards are being called, because we had people for item number 4 and item number 5. Are we?
They were combined.
But in what order? Are we doing
There's
only
no order. We combined them when we combined the item, so it doesn't, they're combined.
I have a video, if you can go on. Yeah. There's no voice. This video was by The Guardian. This video was issued actually a month ago, showing before and after what's happening in Gaza. I know this is an international issue, but you've heard over and over what has been happening on the ground, maybe a picture worth 1,000 words, since we only have 1 minute. What we're trying to say is, while this happens internationally, everyone in this community and everyone who decided to show up today is deeply hurting, is deeply mourning and grieving for our family members and friends that are being slaughtered, killed. We fear for ourselves. We feel for our kids. We're seeing rise in hate and all sorts of hate. I don't want to take away from the item about what exactly is going to be on the resolution. I think there should be a language that we discuss in the City Council to represent the people and pass the message to the Congress and the administration. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have Ivan, followed by Nawal Payman, followed by, one second, Rutul Maroon, followed by Natasha Kenemakar. Sorry, Ivan. Go ahead, please.
It's Ivan.
Ivan. Oh, you did this to me last week, too. I should have learned. I apologize.
And why is this microphone still so short?
I know. It hasn't grown since last week. Okay.
Well, tonight I heard from attendees of this meeting that they're inviting the City Council to get involved in international affairs. And I'd like to take a minute and remind everybody the Council's mission and responsibility to take care of local issues like public infrastructure and housing and education. Our city's time and effort would better be utilized focusing on local issues. One-sided resolutions will only divide the community and raise tensions. One-sided resolutions do not help small businesses. They do not help the elderly, and they do not help children. I hope that the council and the mayor will continue to do good things for this community and won't be distracted by doing things that are beyond their mandate. Thank you.
Thank you, Yvonne. Thank you. All right, Nawal, followed by Rutul Maroon, followed by Natasha Kenemakar, followed by Jody Muirhead. Welcome.
Hi. I would like to address everyone tonight. I would like to speak as an educator and address some of the concerns raised by people tonight and last week. Most people were concerned about their safety, and we do need to stand united against hate. That's why I'm wondering, why would a call for a ceasefire make people feel unsafe and promote hatred, while the continued systematic killing of children and civilians makes everyone feel safe? Shouldn't it be the other way around? I vote for life. Again, people also talked about that we focus on local issues and city business. I say definitely. It is disheartening to witness homelessness, a deteriorating education system, backbreaking student loans, while some families are struggling to provide for their own children and put food on the table. Billions of dollars are allocated to fund a military action employing prohibited white phosphorus bombs against innocent civilians, mainly children. It is hard.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
My name is Ravital. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Ravital. I'm a parent of 2 children in Santa Clara schools. Live in the community for 15 years. I'm an American, an Israeli, and a Jew coming here for the second time in a week. I wanted to applaud you for changing the resolution into an inclusive call against hate in Santa Clara, and recognizing that no group should be excluded from the protection with the amendments that you are proposing. The way that resolutions will continue to unite us is if they stay non-political, relevant to our community right here, and remain inclusive, not favoring one resident over the other, and not group in the community over the other. And again, I wanted to thank you.
Thank you. So we have Natasha, followed by Jody Muirhead, followed by Yifa Yaron, followed by Rachel Batish. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Natasha Kihimkar. I am your neighbor from Foster City. I admire your resolution to introduce United Against Hate, and it is my full expectation that this council will reject the request for a resolution calling for a ceasefire. Remind your constituents how taxpayer money works. Remind them that you were not elected for your expertise in foreign policy. You ran because you love this city. It shows in the time you spent in the beginning of this meeting. You are committed to the safety and well-being of all of its constituents. As was the case in Foster City, any belief you may have had that a ceasefire resolution will unite the people and businesses in Santa Clara will surely be shattered tonight. Saying no to item 5 does not mean you don't care or that you are anti any of us. Like our elected officials in Foster City, be brave. Be brave, do not be intimidated. Focus on the important work you were elected to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have Jody, followed by Yifa, followed by Rachel Batish, followed by Moed. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Although I'm a school board trustee, I am just speaking for myself tonight. Just this past weekend, there were 199 bomb threats at U.S. Jewish institutions. 93 of those were here in California. This is what happens with divisive resolutions. But this is our Santa Clara, a history of people working together. We are against hate. Please remove the reference to one group and excluding others, and then approve this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have Yifa, followed by Rachel, then Moed, and then Ala Adin Nabuki, then Chen Lefkovich. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you for hearing me speak. My name is Ifa Yaron, and I am a neighbor on the peninsula from Foster City. I do want to urge the council strongly not to bring contentious foreign policy issues to your city matters. The tragedy in Gaza and in Israel, the ongoing tragedies are devastating. However, I heard there was not going to be a resolution, but people are now proposing a resolution. A resolution calling for a ceasefire will divide your community, as you can see from previous meetings and as you can see from the vitriol that has occurred across several Bay Area communities when these issues come up. These result in inflammatory political rhetoric that only hurt people and can lead to violence in your community. Please do not allow your council meetings to be hijacked for foreign political agendas. Thank you.
Thank you. Rachel, welcome.
Hi, welcome. Oh, thank you, sorry. I'd like to thank you, first of all, council members, for promoting the anti-hate statement for the city of Santa Clara. I do, however, urge you to keep it balanced and remove any specification of any group to keep our community safe. As for item number 5, as we all acknowledge, the resolution will have zero political impact on a conflict taking place 8,000 miles away from here, but it already has taken its toll on Jewish communities in the Bay Area. Last week only, in the midst of Hanukkah, a menorah was vandalized, smashed, and thrown into the ocean by the same people rallying for a ceasefire in this room. I approach you, Mayor Gilmer, and honored council members to balance the statement against hate and permanently remove a ceasefire resolution from your agenda to keep Santa Clara safe for us and for our children. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we have Moed, followed by Ala Adin Nabuki, followed by Chen Lefkovich, followed by Avi Urban. Welcome.
Yes, hi. We should all stand against hate. But I want to just quote directly from prominent Israeli journalist and that spoke on an Israeli national TV. He's calling for ethnic cleansing and literally says, I am for the war crimes. I do not care if I am criticized. I'm unable to sleep if I do not see houses being destroyed in Gaza. I want here to be nothing for them to return to. They must remember that they are Amalek. This is why we cannot reach a resolution with them. These messages transpire here, and we as a community, in a local community, we're directly impacted. And some of the stories you've heard on TV, the 6-year-old that was stabbed to death, and the 3 Palestinians that were also attacked.
Thank you. Ala Adin, is that you? Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Aladdin. I just think it's odd to be talking about being anti-hate and looking at us. We all come from different backgrounds, and we can't be anti-hate and at the same time we look at our neighbor and we're funding killing their relatives. How is that anti-hate? How is that being inclusive and taking care of our own neighbors? Me being an American, being a Santa Clara local, being a Muslim, I have Palestinian ancestors, so I'm seeing it from multiple sides, and I just think that it's wrong that we're supporting so-called anti-hate initiatives and we're still funding killing innocent people. And I think that we should put this on the agenda to put a ceasefire and work on anti-hate initiatives, like actual anti-hate initiatives.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So we have Chen Lefkovich, followed by Avi Urban, followed by John Haggerty, followed by Diane Fisher. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Chen Lefkovich. I'm a proud American, and I live and work in the Santa Clara County. Like everyone else here, I'm also extremely sad about the events in the Middle East. However, as a resident, I'm more concerned about the recent events in our area. And for that, I'm opposing a resolution that condemns only a part of the total hate crimes in our area and opposes any resolution that deals with issues outside of the city of Santa Clara. The Bay Area always embraced the diversity and tolerance, but recently, following similar one-sided ceasefire resolutions in other cities, we've seen a huge increase in anti-Jewish hate crimes. What else should happen until we realize that words can kill? One-sided resolutions that ignores the Hamas atrocities will not make us united against hate. but will heavily worsen the lives of the Jewish residents of the Santa Clara City. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Avi Urban, last call, Avi. John Haggerty, is John in the room? Diane Fisher? They might be out down in the cafeteria. Esther Levy? Esther? Mike Malkin? Mike? Duran Profis? Duran? I'm going to give it a few minutes for people to come from downstairs. And then that's the last of this list here. Thank you. Hello. It's a long journey from down there.
Yes, it is. Thank you for waiting.
Welcome.
My name is Diane Fisher, and I am a newly appointed commissioner on the DEI Commission in the town of Los Gatos, and I led the charge in Los Gatos to join the United Against Hate campaign with a march that brought out about 3,000 people locally in support. So I know you are joining a fabulous campaign, and local governments have a really huge impact on the local culture. You have an opportunity to really strengthen neighbors' abilities to listen across differences and to improve their capacity for genuine dialogue. You have a unifying resolution that is strongly against anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, and it's really important that you keep that general language and not devolve into the specific anti-Palestinian or anti-Israeli specifics. It doesn't serve your purpose. Your statement can make a real difference. Keep that broad anti-hate message, and then communities across the Bay Area have been joining United Against Hate before this war and continue after. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, speaker? Yes, please, come forward. Welcome.
Thank you.
Your name, please?
My name is Doron, and I'm a father of 3, and I too stand against hate. I'd like to say that I applaud the update to the changed language for the United Against Hate resolution. It should not call out any specific group, because then it leaves out other significant groups and Santa Clara constituents. Regarding item number 5, there's a time and a place for everything, and this is not the time to discuss international affairs. The council's time would be better spent focusing on internal affairs that they can positively affect the same issues and platforms that you ran on and you were elected for. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Esther Levy, and thank you for this opportunity to address the council. I stand before you to respectfully request that the honorable council members vote no on agenda item number 5, concentrate your efforts on addressing local Santa Clara issues, and refrain from delving into the complexities of international conflicts that are far beyond the purview of the city governance. If the council decides to adopt a resolution related to the Israeli-Gaza conflict, it is crucial to recognize the complicated nature of the Middle East conflict and its deep historical roots. As elected officials, you were chosen to represent our community's interests, not to serve as experts in foreign policy. I urge you to consider the potential repercussions of involving the council in the Israeli-Gaza conflict. Unfortunately, it will not bring the end to the war, release the hostages, or yield any tangible benefits for our city's residents. Instead, it poses significant risk to our community, endangering lives, fostering divisions, and fueling hatred. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Oh, careful. Welcome.
Hello. My name is Avi Urban, and I do have a paper of written words that probably you heard already 20 times. But in the last 15 minutes or so, I spend time speaking to some Palestinians, okay? And I think this is a very complex issue. It's an issue that troubles and traumatizes both people on both sides. And I think it's very, very important for this council is to think about how we balance these issues and how we don't take part in trying to bring those two communities together. We are sick and tired of killing each other. It's time to stop the killing on both sides. And I think the Santa Clara City Council can be very productive in terms of being balanced to both parties and bringing those parties together to resolve the issues. Thank you very much, and hopefully you will take this kind of approach.
Thank you very much. City Clerk, I don't have any more names, and I know there's a lot more. All right, here we go. We have Akil, followed by Norman Husseini, followed by Susu, followed by Rami A, followed by Nala. Welcome, when you're ready.
I think Akil is gone, so
Oh,
I'm Naman,
the
second
no, thank you. I think I said Norman. I apologize. My eyes are crossing right now. Welcome.
Well, good evening. My name is Naman Husseini. I work in the city, and I'm a resident of this county. I'm asking to call for a ceasefire resolution or to include it as part of the United Against Hate resolution. The resolution presented today really falls short, because what's happening in Gaza is a tragedy, and our federal government is failing to address it. We stand isolated in the international community. We are the only major nation to vote no for a ceasefire at both the UNGA and UNSC. And when our federal government fails to address this issue, where our community members' families are being massacred in Gaza, and they're being affected, our community members are being affected here, then it is up to us, up to you, to speak up, because our federal government is failing us. Think about this. As we prepare for our holidays, the children in Gaza will be living in flimsy tents, in cold, rainy conditions, and they'll probably die by the time the next town hall meeting is here, of starvation and hunger. So please call for a ceasefire. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have Susu, followed by Rami A, followed by Nala, followed by Patel A. Welcome.
Hi. Hi, council members. I'm Iman. I'm a Palestinian Muslim community member, and I'd like to speak on agenda item 4. And I'm strongly against the amendment, and I strongly disagree with the removal of anti-Palestinian. When I was listening to the reasoning behind removing anti-Palestinian, I could not help but think how this is the same reasoning used to diminish other movements, such as why we don't say all lives matter instead of Black Lives Matter. I ask you, what is the point of a United Against Hate resolution if we do not explicitly stand with the communities being hated on? We talk about explicitly anti-Palestinian hate because there's systemic oppression against them, both here by our domestic governments and in Israel. Israel has been relentlessly bombing Gaza for 2 months now, killing over 20,000, and it's been illegally occupying Palestine for 75 years. The United States funds these weapons. Our tax dollars fund this violent occupation. It is all of our issue. As a Palestinian, I feel unsafe that the question of my very existence and my people's right to live is equated to the question of the right of Israel to bomb and decimate an entire city. Thank you.
Thank you. Rami? Yes, welcome.
Hi, thank you. Hello, council members. It is upon us to tap into our integrity to call for what is just, despite what the privileged say. We must call for a ceasefire and adopt an anti-hate resolution that actually strives for the humanization of Palestinians. Generations will ask what we did in the face of the humanitarian crisis before us. We'll be asked if we truly promoted peace and stood for the children brutally murdered by the thousands in Gaza. My hope is that you can say you made an impact in your local community and fostered the belief that life is indeed valuable. The anti-hate resolution fails when it removes and further marginalizes Palestinians, removing their right to not face hate crimes in the process. Gaza is no longer an international affair, unfortunately. Your Arab and Muslim constituents are hurting en masse and need resolutions to recognize their pain and reassure them of their safety. To not do so is complicity in our genocide and will cause civil unrest. Please agendize a call to ceasefire and promote anti-hate that includes Palestinians who are already marginalized and definitely don't feel safe after the proposed amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have Nala, followed by Patel A, followed by Abdullah, followed by Shafqat Salim, followed by Maria L. Cortez Valle. Welcome.
Thank you.
There is no last name. Okay. Which Abdullah didn't put their last name on the card? Where are you? Looking. Okay, I'm sorry. Well, let's not restart her time. Okay, all right. I'm trying to call all the last names that are on the cards, so thank you, I get it. Yes, welcome.
I am a Palestinian born and raised in Santa Clara and have background in psychology. My family was ethnically cleansed out of Palestine in both 1948 and 1967. My grandma lost her 6-month-old baby due to the harshness of that journey. I learned that it is easy to develop a prejudice against a group of people if you give them labels such as subhuman or uncivilized. We have seen it happen countless times in history, and it is happening again in Gaza right now. I encourage you to think critically past your biases and push for a ceasefire in Gaza to be the voice of your constituents and save thousands of innocent lives. We're already 20,000 lives too late. Our tax dollars support this genocide. Therefore, it is our job to be the voice for those whose voices were drowned by the sounds of Israeli airstrikes and bombs. The voice for those who lost beloved family members, warm homes, and dreams. Calling for a ceasefire is the least we can do.
Thank you. All right, Patel A, followed by Abdullah, followed by Shifquat Salim, followed by Maria L. Cortez Valle, followed by Peter O'Reilly. Welcome.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for giving us this opportunity, and I think
Sir, can you speak?
I want to
Yeah,
thank all of
we wanna
you for
hear
giving us this opportunity, and I really appreciate you spending time on these issues. Right? So first thing, I think a lot of people have come and said that this is not a local issue and whatnot, right? I don't understand how we can say that when we have actually friends, neighbors, co-workers, right, living and working with us day in, day out, who are losing family members by the second. I don't think that, that's right, that's human, because I think we are at the seminal moment in history, right, whether when we stay silent, we are choosing sides, right? I think it is important to be human. When we go home tonight, I think about the fact that, I could have said something that may or may not change something, right? But at least I acted. So I would encourage and urge everyone to definitely put this on the agenda and call for a ceasefire, just on being a human basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
My name is Shafkat Salim. I've been in the Bay Area since 2003. And right now, the genocide is going on in the Palestine area. Is not a matter of only starting from the October 7. It is starting from the 1948 stolen land from the Palestinian people. They are killing the babies. As for today, according to the Gaza medical expert, 19,677 actually people already killed. More than 50% actually are children. Thousands of people are still under the rebel right now. We need to have to stop this genocide, this killing, this bloodshed, so everyone can live peacefully together. As Muslim, we don't want to hate anybody else, but we will stop killing this and stop killing this genocide, please.
Thank you. Okay. You're not Maria L. Cortez Valle.
I'm Abdullah.
It's you.
Yeah.
It's you.
Let's say it's me, yes.
Okay. Welcome.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so hi, my name's Abdullah, and I'm a resident of Santa Clara and have been for the last 18 years. I'm asking the City Council to vote on a reformed resolution for peace to end the violence in Palestine. Asking for peace, although seen as an international concern, it's actually affecting us locally, and here's how. As an American, peace represents our basic human rights that we stand for: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. America was built on these standards to help foster a healthy environment for people to grow. And as we continue to be the leading country at the forefront of human rights, it's our duty to withhold that standard locally, nationally, and internationally. Locally, a push for peace is needed due to the increase of hate crimes that we've been seeing. Asking for a ceasefire only helps Santa Clara thrive in its peaceful environment, as it was. Santa Clara is at the forefront for the world's economy, with many company headquarters located located in the city and surrounding. A ceasefire will also help with achieving peace for the economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome.
Welcome. I'm Maria Cordovaya. I live in San Francisco. I was victim of an attack, Muslim attack, this past Thursday. So I ask for you vote yes to end this ceasefire in Palestine. Another thing is, remember that the Muslims, a nation led by the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, will never surrender. Ceasefire now.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Peter O'Reilly. I'm a alumnus of the South Bay Labor Council. I have a resolution here tonight that was passed 2 weeks ago by the Monterey and Santa Cruz Bay Central Labor Council calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. And the other labor councils, I think, are working on it. The South Bay Labor Council has one in the pipeline. I don't know if you want one. It's on Indy Bay. You can download it from Indy Bay News, Monterey, December 6th. Actually, it's on the 13th when it was in Indy Bay. That's when I got it. So, and also we in the labor movement know that military spending comes at the expense of domestic spending, and these are American planes and bombers and weapons that are being used to commit this genocide against the Palestinian people. So it's very definitely a local issue, and I can't see how you can't see that when you have all these crying women coming in here talking about how their relatives are being smashed. Thanks.
Thank you. So I have Magdi Hussein, Wendy Greenfield, Fadi Al-Jada, Tahir Pervez, and Yosef Al-Shahabi. Anyone can speak first, as long as I called your name. Please come forward. Thank you.
Great.
Welcome.
Thank you. So good evening. My name is Wendy Greenfield. I'm a Jewish community member who grew up in the aftermath of the Holocaust. And I received I would watch the horrific scenes from concentration camps on television, and my parents would tell me, genocides happen because people let it happen, because not enough people stand up and oppose it. This message made me a lifelong activist, from canvassing to support racial integration, to picketing for the United Farm Workers' Great Boycott, and many more causes. Now I'm here speaking to end the violence being perpetrated against Palestinians, particularly in Gaza, where more than 20,000 have died from Israeli bombardment and severe restrictions on food, water, fuel, and medicines. This conflict has heightened prejudices against Muslims, Palestinians, and Jews. Today I had lunch with a Muslim colleague who was grieving the death of 100 family members in Gaza.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, please come forward. Welcome.
It's good to see you guys again.
Thank you.
I've been a resident in Santa Clara for the past 40
Could we get
years.
your name, please?
Which seems to
We
be
have
like
your name, please. Just.
Oh yeah, this is Yosef Al-Shahabi.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I was really surprised to see members of the Jewish community trying to shut down the council from speaking up, which doesn't really make sense. So we really urge you to take a position, because this is a humanitarian issue that we all need to take a stand. And as so many people said, if you don't take a stand, then you are really taking a stand to the other side. Number two, I do not understand why stopping the killing would create hatred. This is counterintuitive. Stopping the killing of anybody should not create hatred. As a matter of fact, it should do the opposite. The other thing is that I don't know why members of our neighbors of the Jewish community think that stopping the murders of the innocents in Palestine will put them under harm's way. What is really creating all this anti-Semitism is the murders that Israel is committing on a daily basis. So for the safety of the Jewish community in the United States, Israel should stop what it's doing, and we urge you to support them to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Tahir, and I'm living at Santa Clara since 2007. And today I'm here to support the ceasefire. So everyone over here is saying the city should be working for the betterment of the city and the country. But my question is, if all the money is going to provide to Israel for bombs, then where the money is coming from that will be spent for the betterment of this country and the city. So the policy makers of this country are preferring bombs instead of the homeless people, schools, education, which can be spent over here, and to improve the level of quality of life over here. We are just providing the money to kill the innocent peoples. And if you look at the December 14th, CNN is saying there are more than 50% they are dumb bombs, like they are just throwing bombs. There is no targets. They are just throwing to kill the people. And over 25,000 ton explosives has been drawn, which is more than two atomic bombs. So
Thank you. So I just want to say the names again. Magdi Hussein. I don't see Fadi's name up there. Fadi, it's not on the list anymore, but I wrote it down. He's already spoken. Can you say because all of a sudden they've disappeared, so.
We have Maji Hussein, Fadi Al-Hada, Abdullah Al-Shahabi, Monzir Ladkani, Donald August Sihat.
And then Ruth Silvertaub after that. I've caught up now. Thank you. Please come forward and just let us know your name so we know where we are.
Good evening. My name is Fadi Al-Jada.
Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and the rest of the council members. Tonight I'm here to call for a peace resolution to be adopted in your next meeting. A genocide is taking place. The least that we can do is say that it's not acceptable. We must stand for what our moral values are for. We must stand for our core values. We must stand for humanity. I find it really surprising that humanity is challenged for the past 65 days. And we have all the time in the world and the material to produce flyers, pins, and yet ignore and turn a blind eye on what's happening on the other side of the world. I'm all for United Against Hate, but what I'm not all for is ignoring a community that is being bombarded. I urge you to the City Council to vote yes on adding the Palestine resolution to the agenda for the next meeting. These are my demands and my community's demands. As you can see, I am pointing them on the poster. We stand for peace, we stand for valuing human life, we stand for justice, and we stand for children everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, please come forward. Give us your name, please.
Abdullah Al-Shahabi.
Thank you.
I've been a resident of Santa Clara for the past 25 years. I call this place home. Our obligation as a community is that we all stand united together and say that we will not look away and stay silent when we see this level of violence, starvation, and senseless killing of the people of Gaza. I would love from our city council to stand on the right side of history, that it becomes second nature for us to denounce this violence and to indicate to the rest of the nation and the world that we are a model city, that we stand by our core values. Many of the members of our community living here today are here due to the direct result of world conflicts. conflicts. We need to be able to say that we stand by these members of our community. I urge the City Council to vote yes on adding the Palestine resolution to the agenda for the next meeting. This resolution must state that we want to end the killing of the civilians, to let humanitarian aid in, and to release the hostages on both sides. Your stance makes a difference, and that's why we're all here tonight.
Thank you. All right. Can
My
you
name
just
is
give me your name first before you...
Duraid Al-Qutayshat. She said Donald Al-Qutayshat instead.
Is this Donald? Okay. Just 1 second before you start, Donald. We have Ruth Silvertop, followed by Kareem El-Sayed, followed by Omar El-Ray, followed by Mohammed Al-Shahabi. Oh, yeah, I think, no, okay, someone else spoke. Welcome.
Okay, again, it's Duraid, not Donald. But that's fine. Well, I urge the City Council to vote yes on adding Palestinian resolution to the agenda for the next meeting. This resolution must state that we want the end of killing of civilians, let humanitarian aid into Gaza, also release the hostages in both sides, and especially the little kids that have been taken by the Zionists, literally 5,000 of them, and stop killing the kids in Gaza, which is almost 7,000 already. That's too much for humanity. I invite you all to come this Friday to 3003 at noontime in Scott Boulevard in Santa Clara to see how many people get affected by this. This is actually your citizens that are affected by this. This is actually your job as well. It's not an international thing, it's a humanitarian thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Council and Mayor.
May we get your name, please?
My name's Ruth. I'm Jewish. My grandparents were killed in the Warsaw Ghetto in the Holocaust. I feel a moral obligation to speak up against any kind of injustice. I'm hearing a lot tonight about anti-Semitism and what the Jews and Jewish people are facing, and I feel for them. However, I cannot ignore the suffering of Palestinians. 20,000 have been killed, a quarter of them are children. Civilians are being targeted indiscriminately. They're facing starvation, and they're also facing disease. Cities all over the country are passing resolutions, peace resolutions, and we should join them because we need to stop the killing of innocent civilians. We need the hostages released. We need people under administrative detention without due process released. And we also need humanitarian aid to Gaza. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have Manzur Ladkhani, Kareem El-Sayed, Omar El-Ray, Mohammed El-Shahabi, and Amir Mosa. Welcome.
I'm Kareem El-Sayed.
Thank you.
Kareem El-Sayed here from the Rivermark neighborhood in District 1. Shout out to Councilmember Watanabe. I'm a father of two rambunctious boys and a business owner in Santa Clara. And some of my neighbors are saying that regarding agenda item 5, that it doesn't have a place, that it's inappropriate, that it feels weird. And I'm here to say, you're right, it is. And that's because this is a remarkable situation in the worst possible way. There's something terrible happening, and it continues to happen. So we're here tonight to unite against hate. Then let us also unite for love, for the love of humanity. We are not divided. We actually share our common humanity, and that humanity compels us to do everything we can to stop what is happening overseas. Spider-Man's uncle, Ben, taught us that with great power comes great responsibility. So let's add it to the agenda. Let's allow our community to be heard and discuss this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, welcome.
Yes, this is Omar. Good evening. I would like to urge you to vote yes for item 5. The reason why is that I don't think we should turn a blind eye to this, because Gaza have been bombed with what equates to two nuclear bombs with our tax money. So that's something that is affecting every single local in this area, in this city. So I think we should move forward and vote yes for this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please come forward.
Good evening, y'all. Name's Mohammed, cybersecurity engineer, Santa Clara born and raised. You've met my fam. You know how hard bargaining works, right? Calling for a cessation of hostilities, calling for a ceasefire, seems like a position of impartiality. It literally says, I don't choose a side, I just call for peace. Unfortunately, because some people take such an extreme stance, it pulls the center away. And it makes it seem like where we actually need to stand is somewhere between calling for peace and war. Unfortunately, that hard bargaining has been pretty effective. I hear a lot of calls for you to stay in your lane, to shut up and dribble, basically, to water down your message, so that's not even clear what you're talking about in the first place. You're being told not to talk about how your tax dollars are being used. Well, you represent us. We vote for you. I remember your name since I was a kid. Stand up for what's right. We're with you. Stay strong. We're with you. You can make a difference.
Thank you. I just wanted to say a few names because there's nobody behind you. Can you give me your name?
Amir.
Oh, thanks. Thank you. Thank you, Amir. All right, after Amir, we have Ahmed Nabulsi, Mohammed Al-Jazari, Tarek Murad, and Malika Khan. Okay, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Amir. I'm a Bay Area resident, born in Santa Clara and raised in the area. Over the past 71 days, more than 65 of my relatives have been murdered in Gaza, all civilians. I'm ashamed to refer to them just as a number repeatedly. Each and every one of them had beautiful, rich stories and personalities. I understand that you feel like you're in a difficult position as you're constantly hearing polarizing views on this. I want to ask you, how many civilians need to die by weapons funded by our tax dollars for you to realize the only side that matters is the side of humanity and preservation of life? The death toll right now is more than 20,000. You already know this. How many more until you agree to take action? It's for this reason that I urge you to vote yes for adding a resolution calling for, at a minimum, stopping the killing of innocent civilians, allowing humanitarian aid into Gaza, and returning of hostages on both sides. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello. This is Ahmed Nabulsi. Dear Honorable Member of the City Council, I'm speaking to you as a resident of Santa Clara who spent the formative years of my life in the West Bank under occupation. Words cannot fully convey the profound impact of living under apartheid, where my 19-year-old cousin got killed last year. Having called Santa Clara home for the past 8 years, I urge the City Council to champion a resolution for a ceasefire. Your commitment to such a resolution would not only reflect on the value of our community, but also contribute to a ceasefire effect for peace and justice. I trust in your leadership and compassion as you consider this urgent matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Tarek Murad. Dear honorable members of the council, your eyes look glazed over and there's a lot of words are being said here. I want you to imagine if one of your brothers or sister or cousin suddenly died, what would you feel? Now imagine the whole family, that cousin, his spouse or her spouse, and their children have died, and they're in another state. What would you feel? Now I'll ask you to think about that and think if it was like a flood or a whole bunch of people of your family died at one time, what would you feel? This is why we're pained. At MCA, every day we hear of people dying. And My doctor lost 90 members of his family. Please support a ceasefire resolution. We are united against hate, but add at least something like never again to it to make sense.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Malika, please come forward.
Shalom alaikum.
Can I have you speak, Malika, right in the microphone?
Shalom
Thank
alaikum.
you.
The reason I'm saying this is the hostage who came out of with Hamas last month she said that because we are not Jews and Muslims are not against each other. We are, followers of Prophet Abraham, Christians, Muslims, and Jews. So we are not against anybody. It's the Israel Zionist, nationalist Zionist who's doing the illegal occupation of the Palestinian people, aggression, displacing, So we urge the city of Santa Clara to vote on the ceasefire resolution next time you meet. That is the only way Palestinians will get humanitarian aid, because with the bombing, there is no humanitarian aid. There is no, Israel is using starvation as a war weapon. And also, we want the hostages to be exchanged.
Thank you.
That's the only way it can be done.
Thank you, Malika.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we have, Nahad Mamundad, Azam Sayakib, Fatima Abdel Wahab, and Hasib Sadat. Please come forward. Welcome.
Dear Mayor Gilmore and council members, my name is Nihad Murad. My husband and I have lived in Santa Clara since 1986, where we raised our 3 children. We moved to the area after the Muslim community purchased our mosque on Catherine Street, a few blocks from here. I also work in Santa Clara as the head of the Islamic school. I also vote in every election, as I know the importance my voice has in my city, state, and country. I'm here to urge the council to hear our voices and stand in solidarity with us. What happens overseas spills into our local life. Within 2 weeks of the war, a Palestinian boy was stabbed to death in Chicago. We cannot witness injustice and do nothing about it. We have to go to the root cause of hate, not just the slogans. It's the war and genocide of Palestinians. I can't tell you how much I worry about my students' safety every day. We need our elected officials to help keep our families safe. I urge you to vote yes on adding a resolution to call for peace and stopping the violence in Palestine.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, please come forward. Oh, that's okay. You just tell us your name and I'll.
Hi, my name is Fatima Abdel Wahab.
Yeah.
As of today, over 23,000 civilians have lost their lives. How many more? What if it was your loved ones or your friends who are the ones affected by a disproportionate war? Would you stand in silence then? Would you be okay with the strategies used in this war while your family is trapped, starved, humiliated, and executed indiscriminately? I hope not. I am absolutely appalled by the methods of ethnic cleansing taking place using our tax dollars and the United States' unwavering support in this massacre taking place on human beings, for God's sake. What I am even more disturbed by is the serious nature of the propaganda war and heightened level of brainwashing our communities are facing. The level of brainwashing and propaganda spreading since October 7th has caused our very own country a number of despicable hate crimes. The hate crimes since October 7th.
Thank you very much. So we have Azam Sayakib, Hasib Sadat, Shiza Khalid, Manur Latif, and Yusuf Kurniawan. Welcome.
Dear Mayor Gilmore and respected council members, my name is Azam Shakib, and I am a 10th grader at Mission Early College High School. And as a resident living in the city of Santa Clara, I would like to thank you for your service and for giving me this wonderful opportunity to speak. As a human being, I am opposed to the horrific painting that is Gaza, a painting bathed in the blood of the children of Gaza, the women of Gaza, and the men of Gaza, a painting thrown on the international podium for all to see, a painting that presents itself to be a man-made disaster, a disaster that runs from day to night, night to day, and ongoing as I speak and as we breathe. This disaster can be stopped and must be stopped to prevent any more civilian deaths, to save lives. I urge you to vote yes on adding a resolution to call for peace and stopping the violence in Palestine, a resolution that should conclude at a minimum a full stop to the killing of innocent civilians, to allow humanitarian aid to freely enter Gaza, to return hostages on both sides. I'm calling Councilmember Kathy Watanabe as my area representative, Mayor Gilmore, and all council members to vote yes for adding a ceasefire resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please come forward. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Hasib. I'm actually here to give a preemptive you're welcome because I want to bring both sides together today. And I actually agree with a lot of the things the Israeli speakers have said today. Like, for one, focus on local issues. Those local issues would be a lot easier to focus on if billions of dollars stayed home instead of being sent to Israel every single year. It'd be amazing how much we can get done locally. Number two, I'm against anti-Semitism. Just like our beloved prophet Jesus, peace and blessings be upon him. He was also a Semite, just like many of our Arab brothers and sisters that are getting massacred. So yes, I am against anti-Semitism as well. And finally, we should learn from the Holocaust. I agree with all of the Israeli speakers here today. And just like there was a lot of anti-Semitism in America before World War II and even after, post-Holocaust, there is no way we can continue forward without condemning, just like as we did the Holocaust, condemning the Holocaust that is going now, the genocide against the Palestinians. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Yusuf Kurniawan. Dear Mayor Gilmore and respected council members, thank you for your services and giving me this opportunity. My name is Yusuf Kurniawan. I'm IT professional. I live in Santa Clara City. My daughter, my wife, and I are part of Santa Clara Community Emergency Response Team. We are certified by the Santa Clara Fire Department. I urge you to vote yes on adding resolutions to call for peace and stopping the violence in Palestine. That resolution should include, at minimum, stopping the killing of innocent civilians, allowing humanitarian aid in Gaza, and return hostages on both sides. As Santa Clara Community Emergency Response Team, we are trained to indiscriminately save lives, as many as we can in disaster situations. And the horrific scene that we see right now in Gaza and Palestine is beyond our imagination. We are deeply sad and brokenhearted. This man-made disaster that happens days and nights is still going on right now. This can be stopped, and it has to be stopped to save as many lives as we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we have Shiza Khalid, Mahnur Latif, Rose Yulian, and Rashid Kadora. Please come forward. Welcome.
Hello, dear City Council member. My name is Rashid Kadora. I'm a resident of Santa Clara and a voter. I would like to say your good heart against hate is hijacked by racist Americans who support racism and genocide and ethnic cleansing against Palestinians and against the humans in other parts of the world. Racist Americans are sending thousands of bombs to kill children, bomb hospitals, schools in Americans' name, not in my name, not in good American names. Please support resolution for no genocide in American name. Support stopping the racist killing machine against civilian Palestinians in Gaza and the occupied Palestine. You can add stop sending weapons to racist hater state of Israel. Israel is a racist hater apartheid state. Racist Americans are showing the ugly face to the world. Please show the good face to the world. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, we have Shiza. Is she here? Shiza? Oh, well, we're going to take the people that are here first before we go to Zoom. Manur Latif. Rose Yuliane, please come forward. Then I'm going to call Emma Brill, followed by Ruki Rashede. I'm sure I'm saying that wrong. Apologize. Followed by Yusur Al-Kazwini. Welcome.
Thank you. Dear Mayor Gilmore and respected council members, thank you for your service and giving me this opportunity. I'm Rosiliana, mother of 3 lovely children living in the city of Santa Clara for 7.5 years. As a mother and a normal human being, my heart aches seeing how innocent women and children killed every day in Gaza. This is man-made disaster that happens days and nights and still going on right now. This can be stopped, and this has to be stopped to save as many lives as we can. I urge you to vote yes on adding a resolution to call for peace and stopping the violence in Palestine. That resolution should include at a minimum, stop the killing of innocent civilians, allow humanitarian aid into Gaza, return hostages on both sides. I am part of Indonesian community in Bay Area. All of us are deeply sad seeing the victims of Israel's genocide violence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Hello, I'm Emma Brill.
Welcome.
I speak to you today as a concerned local citizen and ask that you do not accede to outside pressure to consider an Israel-Gaza ceasefire resolution at the City Council meeting. Consideration of such a resolution does nothing to promote the safety and security of our local residents and is outside the purview of local council matters. We have elected you as local officials to deal with the business of running the city, not to weigh in on foreign policy issues over which you have no power to affect policy and for which you have no power to direct our federal tax money. If these items continue to come up in local government, we as local citizens will be obliged to consider your positions on foreign policy issues when we decide whom to vote for in elections. Please stick to the business of running the city and maintaining the principles of good governance. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. So we have Ruki Rashde, Yusur Al-Kwazwini, Zainab Olsen, Samer Darwish, and Allah T. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Ruki Rawashte.
Thank you.
As a mother with 2 sons attending schools in Santa Clara, we feel overlooked, and our struggles go unnoticed within our local community. Our connection to people in Gaza is strong, and my children find it challenging to understand why preventing the loss of another Palestinian child is considered controversial. In the span of 1 minute statement, more children will likely die from bombing, hunger, and preventable diseases. During the pandemic, our entire community made sacrifices for the most vulnerable among us. Are the children in Gaza any less human? Or is their suffering any less real? While we're grieving the loss of all civilians, the urgency lies in the fact that the children dying daily are in Gaza. Every day matters. I ask you to vote for ceasefire resolution now. Delaying the decision may lead to irreversible consequences, and the weight of silence will haunt us all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome.
My name is Yusur. I'm a tech worker in Santa Clara. As an Iraqi American, this conflict deeply resonates with the struggles my family faced in Iraq during wars. Today, we're witnessing a live tragedy in Gaza, with almost 20,000 Palestinians killed, 90% displaced, and half at risk of starvation as a humanitarian aid struggles to reach Gaza. Israel's actions, backed by the US, extend beyond Gaza, reaching South Lebanon and other parts of Palestine, where there is no Hamas. As an Arab American, it's disheartening that my tax dollars fuel conflicts. I also don't feel safe wearing kufiya or expressing any solidarity today has become a threat. And as long as this war continues, this feeling will persist. I demand a permanent ceasefire to end this crisis and save lives from both sides. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, council members. My name is Zainab Olsen. I'm Arab American and mother of 2 children. I urge you to advance the ceasefire resolution. Over the last 2 months, we as a community have been feeling dehumanized, silenced, and even targeted. We have been hurting, grieving the senseless killing of hundreds of Palestinians every day for 73 days. So far, nearly 20,000 Palestinians killed, half are children who look just like my own. As long as our tax dollars are funding this genocide by the apartheid state of Israel, instead of investing in our city and schools, it is relevant to call for an end to this genocide at city level. Let's invest in our city instead of bombs killing innocent people. As our elected officials, we ask you to stand united against genocide and call for ceasefire to be our voice to the administration. Thank you.
Thank you. So before you speak, may I have your name, please?
Alati.
Oh, Alati. Very good. I'm going to call up Samer Darwish, Ahmed Awad, Dora Rosen, Adam Kalin, and Hanan E. Welcome.
Hi, dear Mayor Gilmore and the council members, my name is Ala. I'm an Arab American. I have been living here for 7 years. I'm a mother of a 5-year-old boy, and I argue you to vote yes on adding a resolution to call for peace and stopping the violence in Palestine. The heartbreaking reality of children losing their lives transcends borders and ideologies. The children of Gaza are suffering, their lives cut short by the crucial consequences of the genocide. These children have the right to live, learn, and dream. The call is not just a political necessity, it's a moral imperative. While we are speaking now, families are torn apart, dreams shatter, and futures are lost. Finally, I hope of a more peaceful world for me, my son, friends, and family living in Santa Clara, as we really feel unsafe due to the anti-Arab and Muslim racism we are facing now. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please come forward. Hi, Samir.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor Lisa Gilmore and council members, my name is Samer Darwish. I'm the president of the MCA, one of the largest congregations in the U.S. You've been visiting us many times. I'm a Santa Clara resident and Palestinian American. My family lives also in Palestine. I had lost also 20 family members in Gaza in this war. And I also sent a video in for little kids in Gaza where they write their names on their limbs in case they get bombed. And kids, they don't really need to go through this psychological torture. So at the MCA, the community is mourning, and we feel insecure with the rise of Islamophobia. And we are, of course, brothers and sisters in humanity, as I mentioned last time, and I repeat it again, this is a humanitarian crisis. Including the Church of the Nativity in Bethlehem and the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem. They announced that they're not going to be celebrating Christmas because of the genocide. And with that said, I urge you to put a resolution for a ceasefire, ending the killing of both sides, allowing humanitarian aid, and release of all hostages. Thank you.
Thank you, Samir. Welcome.
Hello, dear respected Mayor and council members. My name is Ahmed. I've been attending MCA for the past 11 years. I urge you to add and pass a resolution to call for peace and stopping the violence and killing of all innocent civilians in Palestine. I really fail to understand how this can be seen as controversial or politically biased or divisive. What's happening in Gaza is horrific. It's a genocide by every sense of the word. No one should be subject to this. Let me tell you actually, like if this is happening to anyone else, I would actually be standing here asking for the same thing. This is certainly a local issue. I see that we have many of our local community members who lost tens of their family members in this ongoing genocide, and when our tax dollars are used to fund it, this is certainly local. And there is nothing more important to there is nothing more important to me at this moment than passing such a resolution. And this will actually reflect on the ballot box, for me at least. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So I just wanted to, are you Dora?
No, I'm Hanan.
Oh, Hanan. Okay, E.
Yeah.
So I just want to call a few names. Just bear with me one second. No, you can stay there. Just one second. We have Dora Rosen, Adam Kalin, Nadine, Donna Wallach, and Donna M. Sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead,
No worries.
please.
So, dear Mayor Gilmore and honorable council members, my name is Hanan, and I'm here today to urge you to be a part of stopping the bloodshed. If you can't stop it, at least please try. There's nothing that I would love more than to bring international affairs into this hole. Use this platform to side with the oppressed all over the world and raise awareness, because you have the power to make a difference. I please urge you to vote yes on adding a resolution that calls for peace and stopping the violence in Palestine. The resolution should include, at a minimum, stop the killing of innocent civilians, allow humanitarian aid into Gaza, and return hostages on both sides. Since October 7, the Council on American-Islamic Relations reports a 200% nationwide increase in reported hate incidents, bullying, targeting Muslims. The number is likely much higher than this. What's happening in Sudan and Congo is international, and I really hope that they are too not killed with our money. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank y'all. I really appreciate it. I'm sure everyone does. We know it's really late and y'all are listening to a lot.
Could we get your name, please?
Thank you so much.
Can you say your name, please?
Yes, I'm Dora Rosen. I'm a Jewish woman with family and friends in Israel. I know this is a local issue because Palestinian American friends in Santa Clara feel helpless while their parents and loved ones die, and they know the money is partly being paid for with their own tax dollars. And also, hate crimes against Muslim, Jews, Palestinians, and Arabs have gone up dramatically since the October 7th vicious attacks and Israel's violent reaction. And Israel's reaction has results in daily war crimes and killings. Yes, the atrocities of October 7th are horrible crimes, but the killing of civilians and innocent babies and destroying infrastructure in Palestine is wrong and was happening before October 7th, and this will create more violence against Israel and the U.S. because our government is funding the destruction. 61% of U.S. voters are for a ceasefire, but we're not being listened to, and that's why we're asking you, the City Council, to lift our voices up in the hopes that the President and Congress will hear us. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, come forward, please. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name's Nadine. I live in Santa Clara. I urge you to introduce a ceasefire resolution. As someone who has an advanced degree in public health, I can easily make the case for why a ceasefire is needed urgently. Gaza is one of the most crowded pieces of land on earth, but I'm not going to get into that because I think people have voiced it enough tonight. Instead, I'd like to focus on the fact that when we're talking about family or when we're talking about a ceasefire, we're talking about family and friends of residents in this room. These are people with names, with memories, with hopes and dreams like mine and yours, like your children's as well. These residents have to go to bed every night, open up their phones, and potentially text their loved ones in the morning asking or waiting to hear if they're still alive. Put yourself in their position. Meanwhile, they know that their taxpayer money is funding this. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to realize this is a local issue, so do the right thing and represent this community.
Thank you. Come forward, please. Welcome.
My name is Donna Wallach. I am Jewish. I lived in Israel for 15 years. The current genocidal and ethnic cleansing the Israeli military and settlers are committing in Palestine is nothing new, just an escalation of their attempt to establish a Jewish-only state by murdering as many Palestinians as they can. Also denying access to clean water, food, fuel, electricity, medicine, medical supplies, while destroying most of the hospitals and many ambulances, all the universities and schools, their entire infrastructure enabled by our taxes. Palestinians teach their children to be kind, loving, and generous. I visited Palestinians in Palestine. I was always warmly welcomed with tons of hospitality. Please put a resolution on your agenda calling for an immediate and permanent ceasefire, an immediate and permanent end to the collective punishment siege on Gaza, allowing all the aid into Gaza, totally stopping all U.S. aid and weapons to Israel, and the release of all hostages.
Thank you. So we have now Donna M., Ahmad Abel Jabbar, Suf, S-U-F, Miriam C., Ibrahim C. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Donna. I am a resident of Santa Clara since 2013. We have all seen and witnessed the horrors and the imaginable loss of lives in the war in Gaza. Thousands of children, women and civilians have been killed and their homes have been indiscriminately targeted. The vast majority of American people are supporting a permanent ceasefire and return of all hostages on both sides. This includes the majority of our people in our community. We as Americans have a major stake in this war over tax money, which is funding this war, and the USA is a major influence in this conflict. This is not a Democratic or Republican, race or religious issue. It is purely a humanitarian matter. As local representatives and community leaders, we look to you to express the majority view of our community in Santa Clara. As a community, we can't stand silent. I appeal to all of you to add an immediate ceasefire resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Please come forward.
I think some other people might be...
That's okay. We're keeping track.
Okay,
Trying to keep
Maram.
track.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm going to read you some excerpts from the Holocaust.
Can you tell us what your name is, please?
Maram.
Maran, thank you.
I'm going to read you some excerpts from the Holocaust. They rounded up and stripped boys and men, school principals, shopkeepers, doctors, journalists. They separated families, crammed them into trucks, and took them to a detention camp where they were subjected to the cold and continued starvation. They scrawled numbers across their hands. Dead bodies were piled up, including women, children, and newborns, reports stating that they were shot at point-blank range, execution style. What if I told you that these are actually reports from the current Holocaust going on in Gaza as we speak? For Zionists to say, don't compare us to Nazis, I will quote an apartheid Israeli council head who said Gaza Strip should be permanently made empty and leveled, turned into a museum like Auschwitz. It is reported that the Zionist Israeli members of Santa Clara County have left their jobs to go to Israel after October 7th to go serve in the IDF and participate in this genocide. Continuing to delay a resolution that calls for a ceasefire under the claim that it is a foreign affair means to willfully ignore the direct relationship we have with the genocide overseas. The longer we wait silently to call for a resolution, the more we as a city become complicit in the deaths of tens of thousands of Gazan civilians.
Thank you very much. So we have Mohammed C., Ibrahim C., Hadley Johansson, Mohammed Yusuf, and Rami Sultan. Welcome.
All right, good evening, council members. My name is Ibrahim. I'm a resident of Santa Clara. Israeli politicians, specifically the president, the military spokesman, and the Minister of Justice, are openly calling for genocide. They said that, quote, the focus is on destruction, not precision, of Gaza. And they also say that, quote, the entire nation is responsible. So to them, civilians are not just collateral damage, but legitimate targets. Musicians are singing about destroying Gaza's schools, real estate companies are advertising beachfront developments with a backdrop of demolished homes, public rallies are calling for annihilating Palestinians. This is an open call for genocide. There are no sides to consider. And when the United Nations fails, and when national bodies fail to step in, we're asking you to step up and be our voice to step up for humanity. If not now, then when? How many more people need to be killed before you'll simply put something on an agenda for us? This isn't about hate, but go ahead and go forward with item number 4. That's cool too. Folks are talking about vandalism and bomb threats. I'm talking about neighborhoods becoming craters. So yes to ceasefire, yes to ending the slaughter, and please put it on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Please come forward. Welcome.
Hey, my name is Mohammed.
Good evening. My name is Mohammed, and I am a Palestinian resident of Santa Clara. I'd like to first emphasize that the Palestinian cause is not just an international issue. It is a local issue and a national issue for all tax-paying U.S. citizens, whose taxes are funding billions of dollars of weaponry annually to the apartheid state of Israel, which viciously annihilated over 20,000 civilians in just 2 months, including over 10,000 women and children, with an absurd civilian-to-militant ratio. When Russia kills 560 innocent children in Ukraine, it's rightfully considered a tragedy. But when 15 times the amount of children are killed in Gaza in 1/10 of the amount of time, it's considered justified. I urge you to put the ceasefire on the agenda, if not for the sake of our dying family in Gaza, then for the sake of us American taxpayers who are forcibly funding murder rather than solving important local and national issues like homelessness and education. Ceasefire now, free Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
My name is Hadley Johansson. Dear Mayor Gilmore and council members, my name is Hadley Johansson. I'm a Santa Clara resident living in District 4. First, I want to thank Vice Mayor Park for adding number 5 to the agenda tonight. I urge you all to vote yes on adding a resolution to call for peace and stopping the violence in Palestine. That resolution should include, at a minimum, stopping the killing of innocent civilians, allowing humanitarian aid into Gaza, returning the hostages on both sides, and denouncing anti-Semitism and Islamophobia here in Santa Clara. I was born and raised here, and I continue to live and work here. I want to know if my elected officials stand for human rights and against genocide and will use their platform to do so. The situation is atrocious and we can't afford to wait. At least 19,000 Palestinians have been killed by Israel's bombing, and this includes at least 8,000 children. More are dying as we speak. As you heard at last week's meeting and tonight, your own constituents are losing family and loved ones. Please add a ceasefire resolution to the agenda and for a vote at the next meeting. We all owe each other whatever we can do. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is Mohammed Yusuf. I've been a resident of South Bay for more than 23 years. I'm not coming from Foster City. You have been asked to stay in your lane. So what I want to say is, please step out of your lane. This is not the time to stay in the lane and hide in the shell. The genocide is being directly broadcasted. Everyone knows about it. It is not something that we will hear 20 years later and apologize about it, that, oh, we should have done something about it. It is happening right now, right here. It is affecting the people in the Santa Clara. I have 2 daughters here. I've lived here 23 years. More than half of my life, I've been in US. And it is affecting me. It is affecting all of my family members and my neighbors. So I urge you to get out of the lane, take a stand, and the Palestinian children are not the children of a lesser God. They have equal rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we have Rami Sultan, Farah Al-Dahar, Sadia Shamim, Majed Alaye, Shun Su, and Galit. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Rami Sultan, and I'm a Santa Clara resident. Regarding the United Against Hate resolution, while the city manager is well-intended, I advise the council not to include the term anti-Israeli as part of the proposal. Not because I hate people from Israel, but because if I oppose the UN-recognized occupation of 75 years, I become anti-Israeli. If I oppose the apartheid system in the West Bank as recognized by Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International, I become anti-Israeli. If I oppose the ongoing genocide in Gaza, in which 10,000 children have died and 12 of my own family members killed, then I become anti-Israeli. So if you must, go ahead, erase the word anti-Palestinian from the resolution. It's okay. I'm serious. We're used to it after 75 years of my people being erased. Please consider removing it from your resolution.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello. We called for a ceasefire resolution.
Excuse me, before you start, may I have your name, please?
Oh, my name is Yusuf. It was called like a few speakers ago, but I just heard of it.
Okay, thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello. We call for a ceasefire resolution. The claims that this call is irrelevant to us are categorically false. SCPD has stated their support for Israel on their official X account. According to SF Gate, SCPD has taken trips to Israel to undergo training from the same IDF currently enacting a genocide, only to come back home and enact these same brutal tactics on our siblings locally. Our DA, Jeff Rosen, has gone on multiple trips to Israel to learn strategies from the extremist government and to apply their strategies here in SCC, and has attended a recent local event to stand with Israel, thus taking a stance supporting the current genocide. The founder of WhatsApp is local to Santa Clara and has donated $2 million to Israeli lobbyist groups that have directly influenced local Bay Area elections. SCC members have left their jobs to go join the IDF as they bombard Palestinians. To delay a resolution that calls for a ceasefire is to willfully ignore the direct role we've played in this genocide. Thank you.
Thank you. We have about 15 or so minutes left of public testimony, so I'm going to try to at least get through everybody that's physically here tonight. So welcome.
Hi, I'm a Santa Clara resident, and I have family in Gaza. Could I please get your name?
Oh, sorry. Oh, your name, please.
Oh,
We'll let
Farah,
you-
Farah El-Daher.
Thank you. We'll start again, please.
No problem.
Thank you.
I'm a Santa Clara resident, and I have family in Gaza. Since October 7th, 12 members of our family have been martyred, and we are sick with worry and grief. For those in Gaza who are fighting for their lives, they are facing serious threats of starvation as they've gone for days and even weeks without a proper meal. I feel like I can say all of this, but I honestly don't know if it will move you to call for a ceasefire. I'm really sorry, it pains me to say it. I have such a tremendous respect for you, but if over 2.5 months of genocide and over 20,000 murders and over 1 million homeless and counting is not enough, I don't know what is. The destruction and targeting of schools and hospitals where thousands were sheltering with their kids, and the presence of starvation and disease rampant due to unsanitary conditions. And we're sitting here wondering if we should even put this on the agenda. Do folks really believe they can only feel safe if this genocide continues? Please vote for a ceasefire.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello. Hello. My name is Majid Alayli. I want to mention just 2 simple points. Calling for a resolution for ceasefire should not offend an Israeli, a Christian, or a Jew, or anyone. Simple. We need peace. It's not that hard to call for ceasefire. Point number 2. The main question that we need to ask ourselves, are we able to look in the eyes of our kids, spouses, significant others, and tell them we did little thing to just elevate the killing for those innocent people and be able to sleep peacefully? I trust you will do the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we have Shun Su, S-U, Galit, Eric with a K, Mayrav, Miriam, Mohammed Adel. You can come in no particular order. Galit, yeah. G-A-L-I-T? Did I say it wrong? No. Oh, please come forward. Miriam with no last name.
Oh.
That's okay. Is your name Miriam? Please come forward. Welcome.
Hello. Over 20,000 Palestinians have been killed, with 10,000 of them being children. Every 10 minutes, a precious innocent child is dead. Think for a moment to absorb those numbers. As a proud Muslim Santa Clara resident, I'm here to call for an immediate call for peace and an end to violence, like many cities around us did, such as Oakland, Davis, and Richmond. Now, people may say, why deal with international affairs? I will respond to them that international affairs have an impact on us, the U.S. citizens on U.S. soil. A few weeks ago, a 6-year-old Muslim boy was stabbed 20 times and killed by his landlord in Chicago. In Vermont, 3 young men were shot for wearing the traditional Palestinian scarf and for speaking Arabic. When our city demands a call for peace and an end to violence, we are saying enough is enough. The killing abroad must end, and so must its ripple effects we see here in the United States. Please stand for justice and vote for a peace resolution now. Thank you.
Thank you, Miriam. All right, please come forward. Welcome.
I'm Eric with a K. I'm not sure it's my turn.
It
So
is.
I prepared the very nice things to say, and after I saw what the resolution which is being proposed is number 4, then I'm not going to say any of that. I'm completely for that resolution. Then I'm for the version of it which the city staff has decided to take the anti-Palestinian. Not that I think that there is no anti-Palestinian sentiment in the United States. There is a lot more anti-Jewish. So instead of getting into that problem, just keep it all the same. The same thing about. So I'm also against you adopting another resolution for a ceasefire. That topic is way too complicated. Everybody is for ceasefire. Simply the address is to talk to Hamas to create a ceasefire. That's all. And because it's so complicated, and you heard it all here, let's keep it out of this room. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, Mirav. I fully support the United Against Hate initiative and the proposed resolution if you take off the anti-Palestinian words, as so many people explained. But please don't sign another resolution, a different resolution that doesn't help solve anything. It only divides our community and encourages hate, conflict, fear, and suspicion. Please don't inflame the problematic situation even more. You were not elected to deal with international issues. The City Council should focus on municipal issues only. Please don't divert your attention to an international conflict that should be handled at the federal level and requires really deep understanding of the issues. Don't be influenced by slogans from people who many of them are not even locals. Hamas is the sole ruler of Gaza since 2006, and if they lay down their weapons and releases the Israeli hostages, there will be a ceasefire immediately.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Mohammed Adel. I'm a professor and an entrepreneur in Santa Clara. I've been in and out of this city for 23 years, so I consider this home. So basically, we're calling for a resolution that serves all sides. This is not about one side against the other. We want to release hostages on both sides. We saw that hostages have been killed in Gaza a few days ago. So not calling for a ceasefire is actually not serving anybody. And also, this is a resolution of peace. You know, when you stop war, that's peace. That's what we want. And we stand against hate, against violence, against the murder of innocent children, and against all wars. The blockade on Gaza is blocking food, water, shelter, medication, basic needs to survive. We want people to thrive, not just to survive. And that's not happening if we don't call for a ceasefire. I personally feel unsafe if I know that the leaders of my community are not even aware of a simple thing to stop the blockade, a simple call to stop the war. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Shun. I was born and raised in Santa Clara. Let's cut to the chase. Nobody is saying we hate Jews. Nobody is saying we support Hamas. All we are saying is stop the killing. That's all. How is that controversial? I don't understand. Stop bombing hospitals, stop bombing refugee camps, stop going into schools and executing all the men, women, and children at gunpoint. Stop killing Israeli hostages waving a white flag. Even Joe Biden admitted the bombing is indiscriminate. This needs to stop now. And before anybody can call me anti-Semitic, one point will refute this. Never before in history, listen to what I'm saying, never before in history has there been more Jews protesting against the apartheid state of Israel than there are today. Look at the Jews, the Christians, the Muslims, the atheists. Everyone is hand in hand. This is not a religious issue. It's not a political issue. It's a humanitarian issue. The people in Gaza are being butchered as we speak. Gaza needs your help, our help. The time for action is now. How will you sleep at night when they come to you and ask, why was I killed? Call for a ceasefire.
Thank you. Welcome.
My name is Mariam. Mayor Gilmore and council members, my name is Mariam Siddiqui, and I have lived in Santa Clara my whole life. I want to tell you about Samar Abu Daqqa, a cameraman for Al Jazeera who was murdered by Israel on December 15th. He bled out for 5 hours as the Israeli army opened fire on any ambulance that dared approach him to save his life. How many more men and women who risked their lives to show the truth to the world are we going to let die? According to the Euromed Human Rights Monitor, as of December 19th, which is today, 89 journalists and media workers have been confirmed dead. According to Article 79 of the UN Charter, it is a war crime to kill the press. Yet the country that we pay our taxes to is the only country to vote against a ceasefire in Gaza. Israel is constantly trying to silence our voices over and over again, and with no ceasefire, there will never, ever be an end to the brutal and disgusting murders of the Palestinians who just want the world to know the truth. The only solution is supporting a ceasefire resolution now. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we have Sadia Shamim, last call for Galit, Abid K. Sayed, Ayat Hatem, Nabil Ali, Salma M., and Muriel Mamoun. And that's it for the list of speakers we're going to have this evening. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Ayat Hatem, and I'm here for support of a ceasefire resolution. I want you to look at this picture here. This is a little child, similar to my kids, similar to all of our kids here. I always, when I teach history to my kids, and we go and we see what happened in the Holocaust and all the atrocities that happened in the past, and we come into the question, how did the world just keep silent and let everything just go by? And we always come to the conclusion, maybe something just happened like there. Maybe there was not the right leaders. Maybe when they see the Holocaust, they see like some people saying like right now and saying this is not our affair, this is foreign affairs. And now when we see the atrocities happening in Gaza, and now when my own dollar tax is being used to support what is happening over there, and now my kids asking me why is this happening and why we are keeping silent, our council here represent us. At least let's do that and ask for a ceasefire resolution. Let's show our kid that we're actually doing something for the people in Gaza.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Salma Mustafa. I've been a resident in Santa Clara for my entire life. I'd like to mention that you have one of the largest mosques in California here in Santa Clara, and I've never seen my mosque like this in my life. We've closed every single door except for one. We've increased security tenfold. Our families have told us to keep our kufayas at home, and respectfully, this isn't because we're afraid of someone saying something Islamophobic in schools. This is because our people are getting killed. We have a 6-year-old who was stabbed 26 times. We have 3 shot in Vermont. We have a hit and run in Stanford. And the only way to keep your constituents safe is to stop the hate and to stop the killing. Now, we're not asking you to do something big. We're not asking you to end the occupation in Palestine. We're asking you to stop the killing of innocent civilians. Because when $1,677,000 of Santa Clara taxes go to directly funding the military in Israel, this is a local issue, and it is our duty as human beings to stand up and demand a ceasefire. Because silence and neutrality in the face of war crimes and crimes against humanity is a crime against humanity.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, Miral Ma'moon. I've been a resident in Santa Clara for 23 years now. I live and work here in Santa Clara. I urge you to vote yes on adding a resolution calling for stop the killing of innocent civilians, allow humanitarian aid into the region, and return the hostages on both sides. This will unite us against hate, and this is not a foreign agenda. It touched the heart of Santa Clara residents at the core, as you have just heard tonight. Sadly, we are too late to save those 22,000 plus people who have been killed and the 55,000 plus who are severely injured, but I urge you to move towards saving lives of the rest of the siege 2.2 million people who are suffering slow death, a population that is not only targeted heavily by incessant carpet bombing for the past 2 months, but also deprived from food, clean water, medicine, medical care, and shelter. Winter weather is harsh on homeless population, and time is ticking, and we are just going in circles for a long time with no progress at all. Let Santa Clara City be on the right side of history and stand united against hate. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Nabila, and I am a Santa Clara resident for 29 years. I have been told that nothing we do will change what is going on in Palestine, but the truth is we must do everything we can within our power to stand up for justice. It can't be just lip service to stand up against hate. If you actually believed it, you would be doing something. You have to take action. When we say never again, we mean it for every single community who is oppressed. Just because we didn't stand up before doesn't mean we shouldn't be doing it now. I urge you to support a resolution that makes our community, the Santa Clara community, feel safe, seen, and heard. We are being told to do nothing, to not get involved, to accept the status quo as the violence continues, instead for an immediate ceasefire. So I ask the City Council to support a resolution in favor, including the language of an immediate ceasefire, immediate end to all violence, immediate allowance for humanitarian aid, and dedicated focus to release of all hostages. Please vote yes.
Thank you. So I have Sadia, hold on, Galit, and Abid. Go ahead, please.
I'm here to say we've already tried this.
Your name, please?
Galit.
Okay, thank you.
I'm here to say we've already tried this. We had a ceasefire until October the 7th when Hamas terrorists invaded Israel and murdered 1,200 Israelis and abducted hundreds more. In fact, Hamas has violated every single ceasefire Israel has ever agreed to since 2005. Calls for a ceasefire that I'm hearing today, not all of them, but many, are dishonest, because if they really wanted a ceasefire, it would be directed at Hamas terrorists to surrender, return the Israeli hostages that were abducted from their beds, and free the people of Gaza from Hamas oppression. But they're not calling for it for the same reason that they wouldn't call for a ceasefire if Israel was actually losing this war. The ultimate gaslighting is accusing Israel of committing a genocide while wearing clothes with slogans like "from the river to the sea," because the only part of Palestine they want to free is the part that still has Jewish people living there. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have two speakers left, Sadia and Abid. Welcome.
Sorry, Abid is my elder brother, so he has to leave. So on behalf of him, I can speak.
All right, go ahead. Tell us your name, please.
My name is Isaac Mohammed. I am resident of Santa Clara since 2018. I am here to support ceasefire in Gaza. Israel is openly doing war crime and no one is stopping them. They are killing babies inside the homes. They are starving Palestinians to the death. More than 20,000 have been killed since October 7th. In which world this called humanity? How can we live our life in peace when our Palestinian brothers and sisters are being brutally slaughtered? And it's disgusting to say that all of this is being funded by US. By our hard-earned tax dollars, I plead you to stop this right now and instead of use this money in betterment of our society. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have Sadia here?
Can I speak for her? My name is Anis.
All right, you'll be the last speaker.
Okay.
Thank you.
I had been a resident of Santa Clara for more than 10 years. I'm originally an immigrant from India. I had been a tax-paying citizen in this country for several years. Some of my fellow tax-paying citizens mentioned that this council is not empowered to act on behalf of a humanitarian issue. We simply cannot take that stance. just like what Dr. King said, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. This council is more than empowered to take action on humanitarian issues, so please consider introducing a resolution to call for ceasefire. Thank you.
Thank you. We are now going to take a 10-minute break because our staff needs, we need to take a 10-minute break, and then we're going to come back and deliberate as a council. Thank you. Thank you for being patient as well this evening. All right, thank you everyone for your patience. We appreciate it. So now I'm going back to my council. We have a request for the United Against Hate resolution. We've had a lot of requests from the public. So who would like to go first on the council with your comments, recommendations, motions? Yeah, it's not working. Councilmember Hardy?
Thank you. I was trying to turn on my light. Now
Yeah,
it doesn't work. I teach at the high school, and there's 52 native languages at Wilcox High School. Your tax dollars that you're talking about are from other sources. The city and the school district get that from property tax, transit occupancy tax, which is the hotels, and sales tax. That's what supports our local situation. If you are concerned, you may talk to Rokana. That's where your federal dollars are allocated. There are so many things here that we have to deal with. A convention center, a stadium, our Silicon Valley Power, and our city services. We are often here till midnight with no one here caring about what we're working on, but we do it because we care and because it's important. Those are the things that are within our purview. That's all that's within our purview. So I would like to make a motion to accept the Santa Clara Stands Against Hate resolution with the change of taking staff's recommendation to take out any specific call out to any country. If staff would like to put that up again, that would help. And by the way, if we have to stay here 5 more minutes, you're all singing happy birthday to me.
How old are you? Sorry,
I'll be
need a little humor tonight.
I'll be 63, I admit it.
A lovely age. All right, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. That means we can start discussing. Councilmember Hardy, you wanted it back up?
There's a lot of fear in this room, but when we give in to fear, we've given up our power to control our own lives. Fear, any decision made in fear is usually a bad one. I think that's what we need to be most aware of, is to stay away from fear and not to be afraid of one another. We have no control over things that are thousands of miles away, no matter how much they hurt. You can claim that that the rest of us don't know how it feels. I was sitting there figuring out the time. It's been 50 years since my father was killed when I was a little kid. I know what it's like. The pain doesn't go away. But no amount of resolution can bring someone back. All we can do is go forward and to be kind, loving, and respectful of each other and of our differences and live together in peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, everyone who has stayed this evening to share your concerns and everyone is so passionate about this very important issue. I want to thank, I think there were a couple of residents from my neighborhood who are here this evening, and I want to thank you for being here also, to let us know, you know, and I'm glad that we're here, you know, to be able to partake in this discussion, in this very important decision. You know, I represent District 1, and I'm proud to say that it is actually the most culturally diverse district in the city of Santa Clara. And I have also spoken to many residents and in my district and appreciate their candor about what is before us all tonight. Because I am elected by the voters, it is my duty to listen to the constituents of Santa Clara and adopt policy and procedures that benefit my district as well as the city of Santa Clara. And I believe this was a statement that was said by several people tonight, and Melinda Berlant, I believe, was one of them, one of the speakers that also made a very similar statement. What's before us tonight is Councilmember Hardy just mentioned, and a couple of other folks mentioned tonight. This is a federal issue that Congressman Ro Khanna and actually 59 congressionals have voted are supporting a ceasefire. And actually, there was a gentleman here this evening that had a sign that stated Ro Khanna supports the ceasefire. Yes, he does. And actually, I have talked to Congressman Khanna about this issue. I talk to him on a regular basis, and he asks, you know, what is the feeling? What is happening in Santa Clara? And I'm always happy to, you know, give him an update of what I'm hearing. I try to keep a pulse on what's going on in my community, and to be able to relay, you know, messages back. Because he has the ability, as well as these other congressionals, to create foreign policy. They have access to the ability to be able to do that and to take action on this important issue that is important to so many in this room, but and all around the country and all around the world. I just wanted to mention that you know, at this level, the city of Santa Clara agendizes special orders of business, and I believe some of you have probably been here for some of those, and where we honor religious groups, cultural communities, holidays in a very inclusive manner to ensure that everyone knows they are recognized and appreciated. And some of those special orders of business have included Black History Month, Asian American Pacific Islander Month, Juneteenth, Portuguese National Heritage Month. We proclaimed Taylor Swift as honorary mayor of Santa Clara and even renamed the city after her. But we also have had Hispanic Heritage Month, Hindu Awareness Month, Hangul Day, Filipino American History Month, Sikh American Awareness and Appreciation Month, celebration of Diwali in Santa Clara, the Native American Heritage Month, and also Muslim Appreciation and Awareness Month. So, you know, the city focuses on, again, being very inclusive and making sure that everyone is recognized. And again, that's part of our responsibility and duty to our city to make sure that everybody feels welcome. I have to say that I've attended many multiple dinners at the Muslim Community Association, as President Darwish mentioned earlier, that honoring, in particular, like the end of Ramadan or in celebration of Eid. And I have a deep appreciation for all that the MCA does to make Santa Clara a better place and share so many special holidays with so many city leaders, community leaders, religious leaders, and residents. I want to tell you a story about something that happened in my neighborhood in 2018. It was actually on Easter Sunday. And I was notified by some residents that of a hate crime against a Muslim family, again, in my neighborhood. I received pictures of how this family's property was desecrated with hate symbols. And I immediately contacted our chief of police and city manager, forwarding the information along with the pictures. And I also contacted our Public Works Department, asking them to go to the property and cover up the symbols. I was so proud of how our city addressed the situation right away. I also visited the property that very same day to talk to the residents, but they had left in fear. I did go back to see them later on, and they expressed their appreciation for the support that they received that day. But I know this is something that happened to a Muslim family in my neighborhood, but I want you to know that I would have done this obviously for anybody that had this experience, because I want people to feel safe in my neighborhood. And again, that speaks to the responsibility that I accept as an elected in this city. I know Rabbi Yigal was here earlier, but I've also worked with him on Chabad Santa Clara in coordinating the menorah lighting that happens usually at the beginning of December, depending on when the whole year falls. But work with him in making sure that this special tradition was made into an all-inclusive community event. And actually the city participated in that event, including our police and fire departments, again, to make sure that everybody felt welcome. It was a community event, it was a city event, and these are things, that we know we take very seriously and strive for, and to make sure that we have that all-inclusiveness feeling in our city. I have to add that several cities in the Bay Area have been approached to take a position on this issue, and those cities include Foster City, Berkeley, Marin, Los Altos, and San Jose. And they have recognized that this matter does not belong on the local agenda or in local resolutions. Everyone who I've spoken to agree, and I have to say I've spoken to many people because I've taken this issue very seriously, and I want to get the opinions of the people that I represent. They feel that the city's focus should be on continuing to bridge communities through events, focus on the safety of all communities, and celebrate each other. And I believe there are many ways that we can accomplish that. It's also why I support the United Against Hate proclamation and the campaign to use it to educate and promote a stand against hate and unite in peace. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you about this, but also thank you very much for sharing all of your concerns and just bringing this important time before us for us to be able to weigh in and really think about what we do here in Santa Clara and how we can support you here locally in Santa Clara. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Park.
Yes, thank you everyone for staying so late. Find myself very conflicted on council here. I mean, I hear that we've celebrated Black History Month, Juneteenth, Taylor Swift. And I'm going to say that what we're here to discuss tonight is not a celebration. I mean, the question that I have, I mean, it's really easy to do that.
Please stop. Well, please.
I don't think any of the other cities that celebrated, state and federally recognized holidays had any problem with those proclamations or special orders. I don't think so at all. And the question I have to ask myself is, we have this united against hate, and my question is, how do you stand against hate if you don't actually do anything against hate? Right?
Please.
So, and I've heard a lot of things. I've heard, stay in your lane, you don't have the power. And I hear these all the time. I hear these all the time in engineering. I hear these all the time, as an Asian, actually. And I hear these as a politician. But I mean, I don't consider myself a politician first. I consider myself a father first. Right. And I'm also the room parent for my child. And I've said this several times, but I hear this comment very often. I see these kinds of things like people fighting because somebody did not share, because they took a ball, because of other things. Like I watch the children on the playground because I want to see how my child interacts with other children. Right. And the first thing that we say when there's a problem is, all right, everyone stop fighting. And I know that people are going to be out there comparing themselves to children and saying that I'm talking about them, very poorly. And if they want to do that, they can feel free to do that. But the next thing is often, this person started it. And I'm going to be honest with you, as an adult, as the adult in the room, it doesn't really matter who started it. The statement is, we want you to stop. And again, stay in your lane, you don't have the power. These all take away our agency, right? Don't act federally, but support locally. How do you do that? How do you support the people in this room by doing nothing? Right, I mean, that's what I'm looking at. The things that I've heard, and please, the things that I've heard.
I'm going to ask everyone to please refrain so we can get through these comments. Thank you very much.
And I'm going to say this, I take fairly good notes. If you tell me who you are, I can tell you what you told me. That's a challenge. And when I write things down, I tend to know what people say. I don't just hear them and I just don't think about them. I think, oh, I know what this person said, and I've heard this 3 times because I wrote it down 3 times. When you write it down, you tend to remember that you wrote it down. And I'm going to say, people who say we're supporting and we're asking for a unilateral ceasefire, I've never heard that. What I heard is, stop the killing of innocent civilians. I didn't hear any calls for unilateral ceasefire. It was a request to stop the killing, all sides, to allow humanitarian aid into the area. Because I don't think people realize this. People are hurt and dying on both sides. Not allowing aid, not having hospitals, doesn't help anyone. And what I heard is free hostages, and this was explicitly in there, free hostages from both sides. I can't tell you how many times I wrote down those 3 items, right? And people say, well, that's because there is a concerted effort by people to get those out there. Well, I'm saying I find it hard to disagree with that effort if those are the 3 things people are saying. And I'm going to say freeing hostages, you're right. You didn't elect me because of my international knowledge, but I don't know how that's going to happen without a ceasefire. Right, and maybe we don't have the political will to ask for a ceasefire, but holy cow, how can we sit here as a council and not support our local community? Like, I'm going to say, I've heard from Palestinians and Jews alike these messages, right? I don't hear Palestinians telling me, stay in your lane. And people say, well, they have something to benefit from this. Well, I'm thinking we all have something to benefit from this. We had a discussion where people are saying, these are my friends and my relatives. Sorry, my friends and my neighbors. And I think that if these really are your friends and neighbors, treat them like your friends and neighbors. Like the question, it still boggles me. How does asking for stopping the killing of innocent civilians lead to unrest? Like, I don't understand that. Right? How does allowing humanitarian aid into the area, how does that prevent people from sleeping at night? You know, and I agree. I think that what the city manager did was a really good thing, which is he brought us into this larger community of Santa Clara stands united against hate. But I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think that I could ever display this in my house, in my car, on this stand, if I don't speak to the people who've come here telling us about the issues that they're facing, right? I mean, there's two sides, and for the people that only show me one, I'm sorry. I have to take that one single-sided view a little less seriously than the people who are telling me they want to stop all the killing. And I understand that, you know, it's very difficult for us to do this because we're worried about things like elections, and we're worried about things like what people will say about us. I don't really care what people say about me, right? Because I know what my daughter says about me. She thinks I'm stupid. You know, but I think at some point, I'm going to have to look back, maybe in 5 years, and point her to the video and show her that I wasn't. Right? Again, I understand the United Against Hate. I understand the amendment to remove anti-Palestinian. And I kind of agree with the person who said, and I can quote if you give me time to find it, but he said, take it out because I don't want to add anti-Israeli. Because if I'm against genocide, I'm anti-Israeli. If I want a ceasefire, I'm anti-Israeli. And I think that's a very slippery slope. It's more slippery, like you can be included in anything just by sitting up on the dais, for example. Just by being in a city where you were against a football team in a stadium coming in, but they happen to come in anyway, and now our budgets are tied to having a football team in your stadium. You're going to be linked to lots of different things just because of association. And I'm going to say, if I'm going to be associated with something, I'm going to say it very loudly. I'm going to make it. You're going to have no mistake on what I feel. Right. And for people who know me, I've always been that way. I would like to add, you know, but I'm not so sure that it works for a generic United Against Hate proclamation. I hear about Black Lives Matter, and I said Black Lives Matter was very appropriate because Black lives, those were the people under attack during that time. For us to say that all lives matter and not to acknowledge who was under attack at that time doesn't make any sense to me. I give this example all the time. It's as if you fell down and I said, oh my goodness, is everyone all right? Right? It doesn't make sense to me. If we're going to talk about what's going on and we're not going to say where or when, if it can be anything, then what statement are we really making? Right? If this is a statement that's going to last for any issue, it's going to be appropriate for anything that happens, what's the point of coming together at this time, you know, with this community? What's the point of coming together doing this? I mean, I see these amendments, and I'm going to read the amendments that were suggested by the community, which is, whereas all human life is precious. Somebody disagree with that. And the targeting of civilians, no matter their faith or ethnicity, should be denounced. Somebody disagree with that. Now here's one that is going to cause a little bit of trouble because it uses words that people don't like. But I'm going to say, unfortunately, the world is full of really bad things. And if we aren't going to use the words that we're uncomfortable with so that we can denounce them, what are we going to use the words for? Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Santa Clara takes seriously the entreaty of never again, and that the historical memory of the Holocaust means fighting ethnic cleansing and genocide everywhere for everyone. This doesn't even talk about Gaza. It's kind of, I almost don't think this goes far enough, but I'm willing to accept it. And be it further resolved, the City of Santa Clara condemns anti-Semitic and Islamophobic hate crimes in our schools, places of worship, and our community, with the goal of making the City of Santa Clara a safe space for all. And the problem that I have with this is Santa Clarans aren't the people getting bombed, right? But I'm going to say, I would like to request that we add, and I think everyone has a copy, these amendments. And if there are people who still want to speak against these amendments, I suggest we give them time to come up and tell us why they don't like these. I'm perfectly willing. I can do this all day. So I'd like to request that we add these in. I understand, and I won't take offense if the answer is no. But, for item 5, I will, let's see if we can get this as part of the United Against Hate Amendment first, and then we'll see how we go from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane.
So my last name is Jane. Jainism is a 2,500-year-old religion based essentially entirely on nonviolence. And it makes me really sad that so many people in this room are grieving people that have succumbed to hate. It's unbelievable. Councilmember Watanabe talked about what a multicultural place Santa Clara is, and people mix. It's the vibrancy of this community. People have to get along. It doesn't work. We don't have this incredible Santa Clara if people don't get along. I was really shocked by how many parents reported that their kids, both Jewish and Muslim kids, were bullied because of their religion in school. That's very depressing to me. And we have plenty of hate in America, just right here. We have hate against African Americans, hate against Asians, hate against LGBTQ people, hate against immigrants. That's on the rise now. I don't know where the world is going. It's just very depressing. So let's start with this resolution against hate and then see where we can go from there.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everyone. I know this is the second time you all are here, most of you. And the society or the country or wherever we live in is a country, good community because of the people. We all are into that community. And somehow, as we are developing into a digital world and developing all the latest science like medical education and all those issues, but some of these issues about human approach, we are losing that, sight of that. The number of wars we are having, number of atrocities we are having, number of human rights violations we are having. This is not good sign of a good community. Like, I've studied organizational behavior in my MBA, and these don't fit into any of those brackets where we want to make a society a better society, basically. Just like Vice Mayor Park was mentioning, I did make note of several of the comments made by all of you, basically. Sharing pizza last time among all of you. Just a small gesture, but coming from somebody that we did all that, that means a lot to me at least, and should mean to all of you a lot. Peace, human rights means a lot. Ignoring a community being bombed. I heard that. Release the hostages on both sides, not one side. Most of you said release the hostages on both sides. Means a lot. And why are we all important in this scenario? I always remember President Eisenhower in 1956 founded Sister City International, and the main aim was people-to-people diplomacy. And that people-to-people diplomacy is paramount. Like, if your leaders are making mistakes, we at ground level don't make mistakes. Our students from the Santa Clara High School, Wilcox High School, they go abroad. They go to Japan, they go to Coimbra, they go to Ireland. They learn different cultures. They learn so many things about other countries and that makes them a better human beings down the line. And if we as leaders don't listen to the people-to-people diplomacy, what you are trying to tell us, shame on us. We need to not only listen, and we need to propagate it to the higher levels. And to be very frank, if you look at the worldwide figures, like 153 countries have supported the resolution for a ceasefire. And United States is the only one which vetoed it. So there is a big disparity. There is something wrong in our diplomatic way of thinking, basically. And I'm not saying that mistakes have not been made both sides. Mistakes have been made on the both sides. The topic we are talking about today, I'm not talking about any other conflicts. There are multiple conflicts going on in the world and have gone in the world, but mistakes have been made. But can we just forget the mistakes and keep doing it what we are doing? No, we cannot. We have to come up with whatever we can do. Like, any resolution or anything we do over here is for our community. I'm not sure how much that will go into the international platform, to the United Nations, but at least we should do what we are trying to do over here at this stage, basically. And human rights don't stop at a country's boundaries. Human rights are international human rights, so they don't stop. The Geneva Convention for War or Geneva Convention laws were made for everyone. They were not made for one country, one army, one entity, basically. So they were made for everyone, and they were good brains brought forward to do those things. And United Against Hate, that's a great initiative, and we all have to participate in that. And if the kids have been bullied by other people, I think it's paramount for us as parents to tell our kids that we live in a very diverse city. We live in a very diverse community. We live in a very diverse religious community. There's so many religions, so many languages, so many things we can learn from each other. So it becomes paramount for us as parents to tell our kids, don't do this. If you do this thing to somebody, somebody will do to you back someday. So we have that responsibility. We need to take care of that. We need to celebrate each other's good qualities. good, peaceful ways of life, basically. And American values from the very beginning. Why is America #1 country in the world, so-called? Because the 4 founders who set up the bar very high by freedom of speech, human rights. Like when I was a kid or when I was in India, like I came to this country in 1995, those were the things what we always cherished. Wow, this is good. They care about human beings. They care about their citizens. They care about freedom of speech. Everybody has a right to do what they want to do in a right fashion. So these are some of the things which we need to introspect within ourselves. What's going on? What can each one of us, what role we can play into fixing something small. Let's not even talk about big, something small which we can fix. So as mentioned by Vice Mayor Park, I'm all for adding these amendments into the United Against Hate, for that matter. And let's talk about item number 5 after that. We are done. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thanks. First of all, I want to thank all the numerous speakers who shared their thoughts and comments with us. From last meeting to this meeting, we had hours of comments and public testimony, and it wasn't enough. We could probably go on for days with the stack of cards and the amount of interest in this issue from many segments in our community. I was particularly interested and impressed with the passion and the care that I heard from especially many of the young people that took the time to come to a city council meeting and spend hours and hours for something that they really care about and that are part of our community. I also want to thank all of you and everyone in the community for being very respectful. We've heard different opinions and different perspectives from so many people, but the conversation was always civil, and I really appreciate that. It's a great example for others, whether they be in a community meeting or on a city council or even in Congress. I think the way everyone acted was just exemplary, and I'm so impressed and proud of our community. I had to think very seriously about this issue. I've heard things, this is truly a tragedy with unimaginable human suffering. And many of the speakers that came forward that had family members that have died, that have suffered, that were tortured, babies, it's just unimaginable to me. Living here in Santa Clara, it's hard to even think about all that. I've thought about it, as a mother, and I find it intolerable that innocent women and children have lost their lives and their homes. Again, I can't even imagine that. I thought about this as a mayor who represents a community that has individuals and organizations who see this conflict from very different perspectives, which was evident by many of our speakers. It's interesting, though, I found myself understanding or agreeing or empathizing with something that pretty much every speaker told us, and I could tell by the people coming forward how passionate everyone is and how important this situation is to everyone. It's important for us as a city council to communicate that we want an end to the conflict, and we want peace in Gaza. I know everyone wants that, but people in our community have different opinions on how that goal should be achieved. I've, heard many of them. We have a resolution and a choice in front of us. It may not be the resolution or choice that many in this room are interested in, but ultimately, as mayor, I have to make a decision as well. And as mayor, I believe my number one priority is to take a position that's right for Santa Clara. I know that my understanding of the Middle East and foreign relations is limited. I'm not briefed by the State Department. Our city manager doesn't brief us on a regular basis on what's going on in the Middle East. So I'm not an expert in by any stretch of the imagination. But I personally feel that a ceasefire is necessary. But I don't believe that it's appropriate for the city of Santa Clara to take a position on that. I want to support, as mayor, I want to support what brings our community together and avoid, when possible, things that divide us. In my situation, my responsibility to Santa Clara is stronger than my personal feelings. That's why it's my desire to unite Santa Clara, and I believe it's a right move for us to support the United Against Hate resolution that's before us this evening. So, City Clerk, we have a motion and a second on the floor.
I'd like to just clarify to the maker of the motion. It's the motion on the floor is accept the Santa Clara Stands Against Hate resolution and accept staff's proposed amendment to the resolution. Mm-hmm. Oh, you have a hand up, Mayor.
Vice Mayor Park?
So I did ask if the maker of the motion would be willing to accept the amendments here, and I think that Councilmember Chahal also echoed that. And I just want to be clear that this is not being accepted.
Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously of those on the dais. Councilmember Park, Vice Mayor Park, did you want to?
I do still have a couple of things to say. I mean, I thought about this for a while, and I thought that I could vote against this because it doesn't say everything that I want. Because, you know, from what I would like, it's incomplete. But I feel that sends the wrong message to vote against something that says we should be united against hate. Meaning, I think that we have to support what the things that we agree with, even if they're not as rich as we'd like them to be. And as Councilmember Jane said, see where we can go from there. So I want to be very clear that I would like us to be united against hate. And I'd also like to ask, in the spirit of item 5, if council would be willing to say something, and I'm hearing no, but I'm going to ask the question, to say something about stopping the killing of innocent civilians, allowing humanitarian aid into the area, and freeing hostages from both sides. Right, we can't vote on this now, but I'd like to know if there's any will on council to have staff, direct staff, to bring up perhaps a resolution, come up with a resolution you can support. It doesn't have to be this one, at a future council hearing. I'll make the motion.
So is that a motion?
That's a motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
And
that's to put it on a future agenda.
yes. And I would also like to comment a little bit, elaborate. I know we cannot talk detailed deliberation of it because
we can't at all.
Just putting it on the agenda.
Put on the agenda.
So when I'm supporting it, I'm supporting a balanced resolution with the return of hostage on both sides, condemn innocent killings on both sides, respect human rights, and providing international humanitarian aid. So I'm not taking any side on this thing. Let me be very frank. There's no side. There's only side I'm taking is being a human being. That's the only side I'm taking on this thing. That's it. That's the reason I'm going to second that.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to put this on a future agenda. Any other comments from anyone? Councilmember Watanabe.
Excuse me, thank you, Mayor. I just want to add a comment that based on what Vice Mayor Park just said, you can't talk about the things that he just mentioned and not have a feeling towards it. You would have to be not human to be able to not feel compassion, to feel the grief, to have empathy towards everything that we've heard this evening. So I just want folks to know that. But at the same time, again, I just want to reiterate, at this level, at the local level, we don't have the ability to be able to advance solutions to a lot of what's been discussed this evening. So, so for what we can do here at the local level, I am fully supportive of, and whatever I can do, and but I will not be supporting the motion. Thank you.
I won't be supporting the motion either because I don't believe that there's a resolution you can come up that will make everyone happy. If that's what you're attempting to do at this point, I think you have to take a stand one way or another. And I don't think you're going to be able to achieve that at this point. I have my own personal feelings about this, and I think it's going to be difficult. When you're ready, City Clerk.
I have my hand up.
Vice Mayor Park, I didn't think you ever put it down, so.
No, I put my hand up again.
Okay.
I did.
Yeah, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Okay, and I hear what you're saying. You can't come up with a resolution that makes everyone happy. There's a meme that says you can't with that attitude. But I also feel that, we don't know what we can come up with unless we actually discuss it. I feel like that's what the resolution was. That's what the request was. The request was, is there something that we can support? It wasn't, I didn't say, there was no discussion of what the actual resolution was, and that was on purpose. Because I know this is a very hard decision. This is a very difficult thing for people to do. It's a very difficult thing for me to do. I can't tell you how many phone calls I had today, how many discussions I had with all different types of people, and not everyone told me the same thing, right? And some people I was actually able to try to change their mind from negative to we'll see. I didn't expect to turn them to positive, but at least I got them to listen enough to say, oh, okay, we'll see. And I think that only happened because they were willing to take a 5-minute call, which turned into 25 minutes, which turned into an hour. Right, and for us to not give, this council a chance to come up with something that we can all support, I feel that's unfortunate. Again, I said that I voted for the United Against Hate, even though it didn't say everything that I wanted, even though it wasn't complete, because we need to send the right message. And the right message is, you have to support the things that you do agree with. And if, you think I'm saying this just because it's emotional, I don't think I'm very unemotional about this. I'm doing this because I think it's the right thing to do. And again, if you're just going to come up here and say this is about the city, and we're not talking about the people in the city, it's unfortunate. I see people telling me to kind of cut it. So I will. Let's go to vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Please register your vote. And that fails 4-2. Moving on with the agenda. City Manager, Executive Director report.
No report.
I'm going to say, is there a motion to adjourn?
Anybody?
Is there a second?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Thank you.
Can we vote to adjourn, please?
Councilmember Watanabe, can you cast your vote?
This meeting's adjourned.